I remember the first thing they told me wasn't about the cattle. It was about the radio. The old man at the desk didn't even look up when he said it, just slid a cracked headset across the table like it had already decided my fate. Rule number 1, he said, if you hear static after midnight, don't answer back. I laughed a little, thinking it was one of those ranch jokes people tell to scare new hands. But no one else laughed. Not the woman filling out my papers. Not the guy leaning against the door with mud still on his boots. Even the ceiling fan sounded quieter for a second. That was my first night at Hollow Ridge Ranch. And I still remember how the wind outside the office didn't sound like wind. It sounded like something moving through dry grass on purpose. They gave me a map after that. A big stretch of land cut by dirt roads and fence lines that looked endless under the yellow marker pen. One road was circled in red. Highway 37. The foreman finally looked up when I touched it. Don't go near that stretch at night, he said. That was all he gave me. No explanation, no reason, just that. I asked him why, like anyone would. He didn't answer, just tapped the radio on my belt twice. After midnight, he said, that thing starts talking different. I should have walked out right then, I know that now. But I didn't, because I needed the job, and because part of me thought they were just messing with the new guy. That night they trained me on patrol. It wasn't complicated. Drive the outer fence line, check gates, count cattle if I saw them, report anything unusual. But the way they said anything unusual stuck in my head. Like it meant more than animals. Like it meant everything else. They handed me the keys to a beat-up ranch truck. The headlights flickered like they were tired of seeing the world. The gas tank was half full. The radio was already turned on before I even started the engine. That was the first time I heard it. Static. Low at first, like distant rain trapped inside metal. The foreman leaned into the open window. If it gets worse after midnight, he said quietly, don't respond. No matter what you hear, not names, not cries, not dispatch, nothing. I asked him again, what happens after midnight? He finally looked at me properly and said, that's when Highway 37 starts calling back. Then he walked away. I drove out just before sunset. The ranch stretched too far in every direction, like the land forgot where it was supposed to end. Cattle moved slow against the horizon, dark shapes chewing at nothing. The sky turned orange, then bruised purple. The radio stayed quiet at first. Too quiet. That made me more nervous than the static. I kept checking it like it might blink. The first call came in just before dark fully set. A crackle, then a voice. Dispatch, we need help at mile 9 fence line. I picked up the mic immediately. Copy that, this is Hollow Ridge Patrol. What's your emergency? Only static answered. Then the voice came back again. But softer. Closer. Something is walking the fence. I slowed the truck. Looked out across the line. Nothing there. Just fence posts stretching into the dark like broken teeth. Can you describe it? I asked. Static swallowed everything. Then the call cut. I sat there for a moment, waiting for the radio to say it was a false alarm, or a test, or anything normal. Nothing came. I wrote it down anyway. That was mistake number 1. Because I still don't know who I was talking to, or why dispatch later said no call ever came through. By the time the sky went fully dark, the ranch felt different. Not quieter, just aware. Like the land was listening now. The headlights caught dust floating in the air, even when there was no wind. Every few minutes, the radio would crackle softly, like something was breathing on the other end but forgot how to speak. I passed gate 4 when I saw the first real thing. A shape standing near the fence line. Tall still. Too still. I slowed the truck, but the moment I did, it turned slightly. Not toward me, just enough to suggest it knew I was there. My hand went to the mic instinctively, then stopped, because I remembered what they said. Don't respond after midnight. But it wasn't midnight yet. So I spoke. Hey, this is Ranch Patrol. You lost. Silence. Then the radio in my truck clicked on by itself. Static filled the cab. And underneath it, I swear I heard breathing. Not mine. Not the wind. Something slow, patient. The shape near the fence didn't move, but the feeling changed. Like it was closer now, even though it hadn't stepped forward. I turned the truck slightly, trying to angle the headlights better. And that's when I saw it wasn't standing on the ground properly. It was slightly above it. Not floating. Not standing. Just wrong. My stomach tightened. I backed up fast, tires crunching gravel. When I looked again, the fence line was empty. Completely empty. Like nothing had ever been there. That's when the radio crackled again. And this time it said my name. Not my full name. The one only my mother used. I froze. Hand still on the wheel. Engine running. Radio whispering static like it was waiting for me to answer. Don't, I said out loud to myself. But the voice came again. Clearer. Closer. You're on Highway 37 now. My foot came off the gas without me meaning to. The truck rolled forward slowly, even though I hadn't pressed anything. I looked down. The gear shift hadn't moved, but the truck was still moving. I slammed the brake. It worked. For a second. Then the radio went silent. Dead silent. And that was worse than anything else. Because silence meant it was listening properly now. I don't know how long I sat there. Maybe seconds. Maybe minutes. Then dispatch came back. Normal voice. Calm. Too calm. Ranch Patrol report status. I grabbed the mic so fast I nearly dropped it. I think there's someone near gate 4. Fence line. Something wrong with the radio. It spoke my name. A pause. Too long. Then, there is no gate 4 on tonight's route. My blood went cold. I looked down at the map. Gate 4 was clearly marked. Red ink. Fresh. Real. I'm looking right at it, I said. Another pause. Then the dispatcher said something that still doesn't make sense. Where exactly are you standing? I looked around. Fence line. Dirt road. Cattle in the distance. But the road signs, they were gone. Not broken. Not removed. Just not there anymore. Like someone erased them while I wasn't looking. The radio started to crackle again. But this time, it wasn't random static. It sounded structured. Like words trying to form. I didn't wait for them. I drove. Fast. Too fast for ranch roads. Headlights bouncing, dust swallowing everything behind me. But the further I drove, the more familiar the road became. Too familiar. Like I had driven it before. Like I was circling something instead of escaping it. And then I saw it. A highway sign. Half broken. Rusty metal hanging sideways. Highway 37. My throat went dry. Because I knew I had never driven anywhere near a highway out here. There was no highway near Hollow Ridge. There wasn't supposed to be. I stopped the truck again. Slowly, the radio turned itself back on. Static first, then breathing, then a voice that wasn't trying to sound human anymore. You shouldn't have answered the first call. I whispered, "Who is this?" A pause. Then, we are still on the line. My hands shook so hard I almost dropped the mic. I didn't call anyone, I said. The voice responded immediately. Yes, you did. And then the radio cut out completely. No static, no sound, just dead silence again. That's when I noticed something outside the windshield. Footprints, all around the truck. Fresh, walking in circles. Slow, like someone had been standing there the entire time I was on the radio. Watching, waiting, and just before the headlights flickered again, I saw one more thing. A figure at the edge of the road. Not moving, not standing right. Just there, facing me, like it had always been there. And for the first time that night, I understood something I wish I hadn't. Highway 37 wasn't a place you drove to. It was a place that noticed when you started listening. And once it had your frequency, it never hung up. The radio screamed before I even touched it. Not static this time. A full, sharp burst like someone tearing fabric through the speaker. Then a voice came in so fast I almost missed the words. Dispatch, please respond. Mile marker 7. Something is wrong in the field. I slammed the brake without thinking. Dust jumped around the tires like it got startled too. My hand hovered over the mic. And for a second, I remembered what they told me. Don't respond after midnight. But the sky was still not fully midnight, just dark enough to feel like it was lying. So I answered. This is Ranch Patrol. Say again your location. Silence hit instantly. Not normal silence. The kind that feels like someone covered the other end of the line with their hand. Then, a sound. Low. Deep. Like cattle. But wrong. Too many at once. Too close to each other. I looked out across the fence line. Nothing moved. Just dry grass bending slightly in a wind I couldn't feel. Then the voice came back, shaky now. Mile marker 7, fence line west. Please, they're screaming again. My throat tightened. They who's screaming? No answer. Just that sound again. Cattle. But now it was louder. Like it was inside the radio. I slowly started driving again. Not because I wanted to. Because the road just felt like it was pulling me forward. The headlights cut through dust and darkness, showing fence posts one after another like they were counting me back. 1, 2, 3. I don't know when I started doing it in my head. But I did. Every post felt closer than the last. Every shadow felt like it was waiting for me to notice it. The radio crackled again. This time softer. Almost careful. Mile marker 7 is not on your route. I stopped again. That wasn't the dispatcher voice. It was something else. Not human, not fully. Still trying though. Like it was learning how to speak from memory. I whispered into the mic, I'm literally looking at the map right now. Static answered me. Then, a new sound joined it. Breathing. Slow. Wet. Like someone standing too close to the microphone. Then the cattle sound returned. But now it had rhythm. Like they were moving in a circle. Around something. Or someone. I stepped out of the truck. The air outside felt heavier than it should have. Not cold. Not warm. Just wrong. Like pressure. Like the world was leaning in to listen. The fence line stretched ahead of me. And for the first time since I started this job, I noticed something I had ignored before. The fence wasn't straight. It curved slightly inward at mile marker 7. Like it was trying to keep something in. Or maybe keep something out. I walked closer. Each step made the gravel feel louder. Too loud, like it was echoing somewhere else before it happened under my feet. Then I heard it clearly. The screaming. Not human. Not animal either. Something in between. Something that didn't know which one it was supposed to be. I froze, because now it wasn't coming from the radio. It was coming from behind the fence, inside the field. But there was something wrong with that. There were no cattle in this section. None. This was supposed to be empty grazing land. Dead zone. I grabbed the fence post and leaned forward slightly. The barbed wire vibrated under my hand. Not from wind, from something hitting it. On the other side. Hard. Then again. And again. The screaming turned into chaos, like a herd panicking in a space too small for it. I stepped back instinctively, and that's when I saw the first movement. A shape, low to the ground, running, but not like cattle run. Too fast, too sharp. It stopped suddenly right at the edge of the fence, right in front of me, and didn't move. Just stood there, breathing. The headlights barely reached it, but I saw enough. It looked like a calf. Maybe, but the proportions were wrong. The legs were too long, the neck too thin. The head slightly tilted like it was trying to remember how to hold itself up. Then it made a sound, a cattle sound, but layered, like multiple voices trying to use the same mouth. I stepped back again. Slowly, my heel hit something behind me. I turned quickly. Nothing there, but the radio on my belt turned itself on. Without me touching it, static filled my ear. Then the dispatcher voice came through. Calm. Too calm again. Report status at mile marker 7. I looked at the field, at the thing standing there, still watching me, still breathing in uneven patterns. I've got something in the field, I said. Looks like an animal, but it's not right. A pause. Long. Then, there are no animals assigned to mile marker 7 tonight. I swallowed hard. I'm telling you, I can see it. Another pause. Longer this time. Then the dispatcher said something that made my stomach drop. What color is it reporting as? I looked again. Really looked. The headlights shifted slightly as I moved. And that's when I noticed. It wasn't one thing. There were more behind it. Not clearly visible. Just outlines. Standing too still. Too close together. Like they were waiting their turn. My voice came out quieter than I meant it to. Black, mostly black. Silent. Then the radio clicked. Once, twice, and then a new voice came in. Not dispatcher. Not ranch. Something flat. Empty. Mile marker 7 is active. I stepped back so fast I nearly tripped. Active for what? I said. No answer. Just that cattle sound again. But now it wasn't random. It had direction. It was moving toward me. Slowly. Across the field. The shape in front of the fence shifted. Just slightly. Like it recognized something. Like it was deciding whether I was part of it. Then it pressed its head against the wire. And the fence reacted. A sharp vibration ran down the entire line. All the way left and right. Like the whole fence had just felt it. I felt my breath catch. Because I realized something that didn't make sense. The fence wasn't electric right now. It wasn't powered. But it was still reacting. Still alive in a way it shouldn't be. The shape opened its mouth. And the sound that came out wasn't a scream anymore. It was a word. Broken, stretched, but still a word. Help. I froze. My mind refused to accept it, because it didn't sound like cattle anymore. It sounded almost human. Almost. The radio suddenly exploded with static so loud it hurt my ear. I ripped it slightly away, but the voice pushed through anyway. Clear now. Closer now. You should not be at mile marker 7. I whispered I didn't choose this. The voice replied instantly. Yes, you did. The field went quiet. Too quiet. Even the breathing stopped. Even the fence stopped vibrating. Everything just paused, like the world had been told to hold still. Then all at once, every shape in the field turned toward me. Not one by one. All at once, like they had been waiting for the same signal. I took a step back, then another. My boots hit the truck door. I hadn't even realized I had moved that far. The radio crackled again, but this time the voice wasn't speaking to me. It was speaking about me. He is inside the perimeter. My hand grabbed the door handle. I opened it fast, got inside, locked it. But even inside the truck, I didn't feel safe, because the radio wasn't in the truck anymore. It was everywhere. In the air, in the glass, in the engine hum. Then the dispatcher came back one last time. Soft, almost tired. Ranch patrol confirmed visual. I looked out the windshield. The field was still. Empty now. Completely empty. No shapes. No cattle. No movement. Just fence lines stretching into darkness, like nothing had ever been there. I almost exhaled. Almost. Then I saw it. One hoof print, pressed into the dirt right next to my tire. Fresh, wet, still forming slightly at the edges. And then another appeared. Slowly. Then another. Walking toward the truck. But not from the field. From underneath it. The radio whispered one last thing before cutting out completely. Mile marker 7 is now on you. And that's when I realized the cattle screaming hadn't stopped. It had just moved somewhere I couldn't see anymore. The fence was still moving when I got out of the truck again. Not swaying. Not shaking in the wind. Moving like something underneath. It was pushing along the line. Slow. Careful. Like it didn't want to be noticed yet. My hand stayed on the truck door. I didn't even realize I was holding my breath until my chest started hurting. And then I saw it. Down the fence line. Far at first. Just a shape between the posts. Tall, thin, wrong. It wasn't standing still. It was walking, but not across the land. Along the fence itself. Like the wire was the only path it trusted. I blinked once, and it was closer. Not fast. Just closer than it should have been. My radio hissed softly at my belt. I didn't touch it. I didn't want to. But it clicked anyway. A low static breath filled my ear. Then silence. Then something like a voice trying to remember how to exist. Do not follow it. I whispered back without thinking. I'm not following anything. That was a lie. Because my feet were already moving. Slow. One step at a time. Gravel under my boots felt too sharp, like it wanted me to turn back. The fence stretched in both directions. Endless. Fence posts standing like broken teeth in the dark. And that figure kept walking. Never turning. Never rushing. Just following the wire like it had been doing it forever. I started to notice something strange as I got closer. The fence wasn't just vibrating anymore. It was reacting to the figure. Every time it passed a post, the metal twitched slightly, like it recognized it, like it feared it. A cattle sound came from somewhere behind me. I spun instantly. Nothing there, just darkness and dust. But when I turned back, the figure had stopped, right between two posts, waiting for me. My throat tightened. I should have gone back to the truck. I know that now, but something in me stayed. Curiosity, or stupidity, or that feeling you get when you already crossed a line and don't want to admit it. The wind picked up slightly, not enough to move the grass, just enough to make the fence wire hum. The sound carried down the line like a whisper spreading through teeth. Then the figure turned its head, slowly, not toward me, not fully, just enough for me to see its profile. And my stomach dropped. It wasn't a face. Not really. More like a shape where a face should have been. Smooth in some places, sharp in others, like it was still being formed, or still being erased. The radio clicked again, this time louder, closer, return to vehicle. The voice was calm, but there was something underneath it. Fear, or warning, or both. I didn't move, because the figure had started walking again, toward a gate. Gate 4, the one they said didn't exist tonight. I followed without deciding to. That's the worst part. It didn't feel like choice. It felt like gravity, like the land was pulling me forward to see what happened next. The figure reached the gate, stopped, and placed one hand on the metal latch. The gate should have been locked. I checked it myself earlier, but now it wasn't even closed properly. It hung slightly open, like it had been waiting. The figure pulled it wider, slow, metal scraping against metal. The sound carried too far across the empty land, too loud for how small the movement was. Then it stepped through, on the other side of the fence. My pulse jumped, because that was the first time I realized something important. The fence wasn't keeping it out. It was keeping something else in. I walked faster now, against every instinct. My boots hit harder against the dirt. The radio started to hiss nonstop. No words now, just noise building like pressure inside my skull. I reached the gate, stopped, looked through. The field beyond it was different. Not empty like before, not filled either, just distorted, like the air itself didn't know how to sit still. And there he was, closer now, standing on the other side of the fence, just a few meters away, tall enough that he almost blended into the posts behind him. He didn't move, just waited, like he had been expecting me to catch up. My mouth went dry. I finally spoke. "Who are you?" No answer, but the radio answered instead. Clear, too clear. "You already met him." My hands went cold. "I haven't met anyone," I said. The figure tilted its head slightly, and this time I saw something I wish I hadn't. The shape of movement inside its body, like something was shifting under the surface. Not skin, not muscle, something layered, like multiple outlines trying to become one person. The radio crackled again. "Do not cross the fence." I looked at the gate, already open, already inviting. Then back at the figure. It lifted one hand, slowly, and pointed behind me. I turned. Nothing there. Just empty road. But when I looked back, the figure was closer. Much closer. Standing right at the fence line now. Close enough that I could hear something like breathing. But it wasn't coming from one direction. It was coming from everywhere around me. The fence posts, the ground, the air. I stepped back instinctively. My heel hit something. I looked down. A hoof print. Fresh. Right behind me. But I hadn't heard anything move. Another one appeared next to it. Then another. Not walking toward me. Circling me. I backed up toward the truck without turning my eyes away. The figure stayed still. Watching. Patient. Like it knew I couldn't leave yet. Like it knew I needed to understand something first. The radio suddenly cut out completely. Dead silence. No static. No voice. That was worse than anything. Because now I was alone with it. I reached the truck door handle. Pulled it. Locked. I fumbled for the keys. My hands were shaking too much to hold them properly. Behind me, the fence wire started humming louder. Not from wind. From vibration. From something moving along it again. I turned slightly. And that's when I saw it. The figure wasn't at the fence anymore. It was on the fence, standing along the wire, balancing perfectly like it had always belonged there. Impossible. The wire should have cut through it, should have thrown it off. But it didn't. It walked along it like it was a road, step by step, getting closer to me again. I finally got the key into the lock. My hand slipped twice. Once, twice, then the truck door opened. I climbed inside fast and slammed it shut. Locked it. Started the engine. The headlights flickered like they were unsure if they wanted to help me or not. I looked forward. The road was there. Clear. For a second. Then the radio came back on. Even though I hadn't turned it on. Even though the truck was off frequency. Static filled the cab. Then the voice returned. Not calm anymore. Strained. You are not supposed to be seen by it. I whispered, "What is it?" A pause. Long enough to feel like the system itself was thinking. Then, it is what walks the line when the line remembers. I didn't understand that. Not fully. But I understood enough to feel sick. I looked outside again. The fence line stretched beside me. And the figure was still there. Keeping pace with the truck now. Walking along the wire. Never rushing. Never falling behind. Always just beside me. Like it had decided we were traveling together now. I pressed harder on the gas. The truck picked up speed. Dust kicked up behind me. But the figure didn't fall back. It matched me perfectly. No effort. No struggle. Just presence. Like distance didn't matter anymore. The radio crackled one last time. And this time the voice sounded almost close. Right behind my ear. You can't outrun something that uses the same road as you. I looked at the fence again. And for a split second, I saw more of them. Not just one figure, but many, all spaced out along the wire. Like the fence itself had started to carry them, one after another, stretching into the dark like a procession that never started and never ended. My grip tightened on the wheel so hard my fingers hurt. The truck swerved slightly, but I didn't stop, because now I understood the worst part. Mile marker 7 wasn't where it began. The man on the wire wasn't arriving. He was continuing. and somewhere ahead of me. The fence didn't end. It only changed hands. The moment I pulled back into the ranch yard, everything felt wrong in a different way. Not loud, not violent, just cleaned, like someone had wiped the night a little too carefully. The fence line behind me was still there, stretching into darkness, but the figures, the man on the wire, the cattle sounds, gone, like they never existed. My truck engine ticked as it cooled. That sound felt too normal, too innocent for what I had just seen. I sat there for a second, gripping the wheel, waiting for the radio to speak again. It didn't. For the first time since mile marker 7, it was just silent. And that silence made my skin crawl more than the voice ever did. The ranch office light was still on. A warm square in the dark. Like nothing outside had happened. Like the world hadn't just bent a few degrees out of shape. I stepped out of the truck slowly. My boots hit gravel. No echo. That was the first thing I noticed. Even the sound felt swallowed. Inside the office, the ceiling fan was turning slow. The same old man from earlier was still there, writing something on a clipboard like time hadn't moved at all. The foreman stood near the door, waiting, like he already knew I was coming back. His eyes dropped to my face the second I walked in. "You went off route," he said. It wasn't a question. My throat felt dry. There was a call. The old man at the desk stopped writing. Just stopped. Pen hovering in air. The foreman stepped closer. "What kind of call?" I hesitated, because suddenly I wasn't sure how to explain it. Cattle screaming, a man on the wire, mile marker 7 moving like it was alive. Even saying it out loud felt like it would make me sound unstable. But I said it anyway. 911, ranch patrol, something at the fence line, something in the field. The foreman didn't react. Not surprised. Not scared. Just flat. He looked at the old man. The old man slowly shook his head. "No call came through," he said. That hit harder than I expected. I laughed once, but it came out wrong. "That's not possible. I answered it on my radio." The foreman crossed his arms. "What exactly did you hear?" I felt my hands tighten without meaning to. The dispatcher, static, then cattle screaming, then someone saying mile marker 7. The old man finally spoke again. "No one uses mile marker 7. I blinked. "What?" He tapped the clipboard. "Official route maps don't include it, never have." My stomach dropped slightly. I pulled the map from my pocket fast. Spread it on the table. My finger went straight to the red circle. Mile marker 7. Still there. Still clearly marked. "I was literally there," I said. "I saw it. Fence line, something in the field, a figure on the wire." The foreman leaned in slightly. His eyes narrowed. That section of land burned 10 years ago. The words didn't land right at first. Like my brain refused to process them. "Burned," I repeated. He nodded once. "Grass fire spread fast, took out that stretch of fence. We don't patrol it anymore." I shook my head immediately. "No, I drove it tonight. It's there. It's active." The old man finally looked at me fully now. And there was something in his expression that made my stomach twist. Not disbelief. Recognition. Like he had seen this before. More than once. The foreman stepped back from the table slightly. "Did you cross the fence?" The question felt sharp. Personal. Like it mattered more than anything else I had said. I hesitated. Then nodded. A small pause followed. The fan above us suddenly sounded louder. Or maybe the room just got quieter. The foreman exhaled slowly. "That's your problem then," he said. I frowned. What does that mean? But instead of answering, he reached for the radio on the wall. The big ranch comm system. He pressed a button. "Dispatch," he said. Static answered immediately. Then a clean voice came through. Not the one I heard earlier. Not even close. This one sounded official. "Controlled." "What is your status?" the voice asked. The foreman looked at me, then spoke into the radio. "Night Patrol reporting abnormal transmission, claims from mile marker 7. A pause. Then the dispatcher responded. "We show no active units in that sector." My chest tightened again. "I was there," I said out loud, even though they couldn't hear me through the wall mic. The foreman gestured for silence. He continued. "One operator reports hearing 911 call from restricted zone, claims cattle activity and visual anomaly." The radio crackled slightly. Then the dispatcher said something that made the room feel colder. "There are no cattle assigned to that zone." I froze, because that was the second time I had heard that exact sentence. The foreman looked at me now. "Harder. You sure you didn't mishear something?" he asked. I stepped forward, anger rising now, mixed with something closer to panic. "I didn't mishear anything. I answered a call. I saw things out there I saw." I stopped, because I realized something mid-sentence. If no call came through, then what did I answer? The room felt smaller, like the walls leaned in slightly. The old man finally stood up, slowly, and walked to the map. His finger hovered over mile marker 7. Then he pressed down on it. "Hard. You're the third one this month," he said quietly. That sentence hit harder than anything else. I looked at him. "What do you mean third?" He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he pulled open a drawer. Inside was a stack of printed logs. Old ones. Creased. Marked. He slid 3 pages onto the table. Each one had a name. Each one had a shift time. Each one had the same written note at the bottom. Reported contact at restricted fence line. No dispatch record found. My name wasn't on them yet, but the empty space at the bottom of the 3rd page felt like it was waiting for me. The foreman's voice lowered. "People hear things out there," he said. "Radio picks up old lines sometimes. Emergency loops, ghost frequency bleed." I shook my head fast. This wasn't a glitch. The old man looked at me again, and this time his voice was softer. "Tape recorders don't lie." He reached for a small device on the shelf. Old analog. He pressed play. A burst of static filled the room. Then, my voice. I froze instantly. It was unmistakable. Me, breathing heavy, saying something I didn't remember saying. "I think there's something moving along the fence." My blood ran cold, because I remembered that moment. But I never spoke those words into any recorded system. The tape continued. Static. Then another voice layered under mine. A second one. Not mine, but speaking like it knew me. "You already crossed the line." The recording ended abruptly. Silence returned. The foreman turned the device off. No one spoke for a moment. Then I finally asked the question I didn't want to ask. "Where did that recording come from?" The old man answered without hesitation. "Recovered from a burned patrol truck near Highway 37. My heart skipped. Highway 37 again. The foreman stepped closer. "You went near it tonight," he said quietly, "didn't you?" I didn't answer, because suddenly I wasn't sure what counted as near anymore. The map on the table shifted slightly when the fan above us pushed air down. And for a split second, I saw something under the paper. Another line. Not printed. Not drawn. Scratched in. Thin. Jagged. Stretching through mile marker 7. And continuing past it. Straight toward Highway 37. Like the land had already decided where this was going. The radio on the wall crackled again, even though no one touched it. A faint burst of static filled the office. Then a voice came through. Not dispatch. Not ranch. Something in between. We are still receiving the call. The foreman turned pale for the first time. The old man slowly backed away from the table. And I realized something I couldn't unthink. If no one made the call, and I still heard it, then something out there wasn't calling ranch patrol anymore. It was calling whoever answered first. And I was still on the line. The gate was already open when I got there. Not slightly open. Not forced. Just fully hanging wide, like someone had invited the night inside the ranch and forgotten to close it behind them. But the lock, still sealed, still clicked tight from the inside. My headlights hit it first. Gate 4, Blackwater Divide. The metal shimmered under dust and thin fog, swaying a little even though there was no wind strong enough to move it. I killed the engine without thinking, and the sudden silence felt wrong immediately. Too clean, like something was waiting for sound to return before it moved again. My hand stayed on the steering wheel. I didn't get out right away, because the first thing I noticed wasn't the gate. It was the fence. It wasn't vibrating anymore. It was still, completely still. And that scared me more than anything I had seen so far, because stillness meant nothing was moving, or everything was already here. The radio on the dash clicked once. No static, just one clean sound, like a finger tapping glass. Then a voice came through. Low, careful, do not approach Blackwater Divide. I whispered without meaning to. I'm already here. No response, just silence stretching too long. I opened the truck door. Cold air hit my face immediately. Not normal cold, heavy cold, like the land had been holding its breath for hours. I stepped out slowly, boots hitting gravel that felt softer than it should have, like it wasn't fully solid anymore. The gate creaked once as I moved closer, but it didn't swing further. It just stayed open, like it had been left in that exact position for a reason. I reached for the lock first, before anything else. That was instinct. Check the source, fix the problem. But when I touched it, my fingers stopped. Something was wrong. The lock was cold. Too cold. Not metal cold. More like it had been inside ice water for a long time. I turned it slightly. It didn't move. Still locked. From the inside. I stepped back. Looked at the gate again. It was still wide open. My brain tried to force logic into it. If it's locked from inside, it shouldn't open. If it's open, it shouldn't be locked. But both were true at the same time. And that didn't fit anything I knew. The radio crackled suddenly. Not loud, just enough to pull my attention. A voice came through. Not dispatch, not ranch, something in between. You are looking at the wrong side. My throat tightened. I turned slowly. Nothing behind me, just fence line disappearing into dark. But then I saw it. Footprints, fresh, right behind the truck, leading toward the gate. But they weren't coming from the road. They were coming from the field, from inside. I swallowed hard. "Who's there?" I said. No answer, only static. Then something changed in the air. A pressure shift, like the world tilted slightly. And the gate creaked again. But this time, it moved inward, just a few centimeters, like something on the other side had leaned into it. I stepped closer again despite myself. My mind kept telling me to leave, but my body didn't listen properly anymore. That was the worst part. I reached the gate edge and looked through. The field beyond Blackwater Divide was darker than it should have been. Not night dark, something else. Like the light itself didn't want to go in there. And in the middle of it, something was standing. Still, tall, too still. My stomach dropped instantly, because I recognized the shape. The man on the wire. But now he wasn't on the wire. He was standing in the field, facing me, not moving, just waiting. Like he had crossed over the moment I stopped paying attention. The radio exploded into static for half a second. Then silence again. I whispered, "You can't be here." No response, but the figure tilted its head slightly. And the gate creaked again. This time more. Another small shift inward, like something was pushing it from the other side. Not forcefully, patiently, testing it. I stepped back, fast, and the moment I did, the footprints behind me stopped appearing, like they had reached their destination. The gate was now halfway between open and closed, and somehow that felt worse than either option. I raised the mic on my radio. "Dispatch, I'm at Blackwater Divide. Gate is open, but lock is still engaged from inside. I've got visual on." Static cut me off. Then a voice came through. Calm again. Too calm. "There is no gate at Blackwater Divide." My breath stopped for a second. I looked at the gate again. Still there. Still real. Still impossible. "I'm looking right at it," I said. A pause. Long enough to feel like the system was thinking about me. Then you are not where you think you are." My chest tightened. The field behind the gate shifted slightly. Not visually, more like perception. Like depth changed without warning. The figure took one step forward. Just one. And the gate moved again. Closer to closing now. Slowly, like something inside it was sealing the space shut. I backed away without realizing it. But the ground behind me felt wrong. Uneven, sinking slightly under my boots. Like I wasn't standing on dirt anymore. I looked down. The gravel had turned darker, almost wet, but there was no moisture. Just depth. Like the ground remembered something it used to be. The radio clicked again, and this time the voice sounded closer, almost beside me. "You crossed the first line at mile marker 7. My hand tightened around the mic. That wasn't my choice. The voice responded immediately. "It never is." The gate creaked louder, now fully halfway closed. The figure in the field hadn't moved again. But I realized something that made my skin go cold. It wasn't waiting for the gate. It was waiting for me. My breathing got shallow. I stepped back toward the truck again. But when I turned slightly, the truck wasn't where I left it. I froze. Looked again. Empty space. Just darkness and fence lines stretching too far. "No," I whispered. The radio crackled violently, static flooding everything. Then, a sound broke through. Not voice, not animal, My own breathing. But not from me. From the radio. From the gate. From everywhere at once. I dropped the mic. It hit the ground and kept making sound. Still transmitting. Still alive. The figure in the field moved again. Closer now. And the gate responded instantly. Swinging further closed. Faster this time. Like the system had recognized something important. Like a lock finding its key. I ran. I didn't think. I just ran. Back toward where the truck should have been. Gravel cutting under my boots. Wind suddenly picking up behind me, even though the air had been still seconds ago. The radio on the ground screamed static behind me. Then words. Fragmented. You are already inside. I didn't look back. I couldn't, because I knew if I saw him too clearly again, something would change permanently. My lungs burned as I reached the empty space where the truck was supposed to be. Nothing. No headlights. No engine hum. Just darkness and fence line stretching too far in both directions. The gate behind me creaked again, almost fully closed now, and the sound it made wasn't metal anymore. It sounded like something swallowing. Slow. Deliberate. The figure's voice came through the air this time. Not the radio. Not the gate. Directly. You checked the wrong side. I stopped. Slowly turned. Against every instinct I had left. The gate was almost shut now. But inside it, there was no field anymore. No fence line. No Blackwater divide. Just something vast and empty. Like a road that never ended. And standing at the edge of it, the man on the wire was gone. Replaced by something closer. Something that looked like him, but not constrained to shape anymore. Just outline. Presence. Stretching slightly out of proportion with reality. The gate clicked one final time. Almost closed. Not fully. Just enough to trap the space wrong. And the voice came again. Soft. Final. Now you understand the divide. I stood there, unable to move. Because I finally understood something I didn't want to understand. The gate wasn't blocking entry. It was deciding what version of reality stayed on each side. And I wasn't sure anymore which side I was standing on. Behind me, something stepped into the gravel. Slow. Deliberate. But I didn't turn. Because I already knew. Whatever crossed Blackwater divide wasn't supposed to stay on just one side. Something was behind me in the gravel. I didn't turn. I couldn't, because the gate was still halfway closed, and the space inside it was not stable anymore. It looked like it was folding, like reality was bending in and out of itself, trying to decide what should exist there. Then the radio on the ground spoke again, even though I wasn't holding it, even though it had no reason to work. My childhood name came through first. Soft. Careful. Like someone saying it after not speaking it for years. I froze. My breath stopped halfway in my throat. No one here should know that name. Not on this ranch. Not in this state. Not on any record I ever signed. Then the voice came again. Closer. You're standing too close to the divide. My legs finally moved. Slowly. Backing away from the gate without thinking. The gravel under my boots felt softer now. Like it wasn't holding weight properly anymore. Behind me, something stepped again. One step. Then stopped. Waiting. The radio hissed. And my name came again. Not the one I use now. The one I stopped using when I left home. the one only my mother used when she was scared. My stomach twisted. "No," I whispered without realizing. The voice answered instantly. "Yes." The sound didn't feel like it came from the radio anymore. It felt like it came from inside the air itself. From the fence, from the gate, from my own breathing. Everything at once. I turned my head slightly, just enough to see the edge of the field behind me. Nothing clear, just shifting darkness where the gate had almost closed. And in that space, something moved. Not walking, not crawling, just adjusting, like it was finding the shape it wanted to take. The radio crackled again. Static broke into patterns, not random anymore. Rhythmic, like speech trying to remember its structure. Then my childhood name came again. Perfectly spoken. Exactly how my mother said it when I was small. I felt my knees weaken slightly. Because that wasn't just recognition. That was memory. Something I never told anyone. Not even on paper. The foreman's voice suddenly cut through the static. "Weak. Distant. Do not respond." I froze again. Because I hadn't touched the radio. I hadn't spoken. But the voice was still reacting to me. Like it knew I was listening. Then another sound layered underneath. A second voice. Different tone. Softer. Almost kind. "You used to run before you answered." My chest tightened. That sentence shouldn't exist in any system. Any record. Any frequency. My boots shifted backward again. One step. Then another. I didn't know where I was going anymore. Only that I needed distance. The gate behind me made a final metal creak. Long. Slow. Like something giving up its resistance. I risked a glance. And saw it. The gap was narrowing. Not physically closing. But conceptually. Like the space itself was forgetting it was supposed to be open. And in that shrinking space, the figure was still there. Not fully visible, but present. Watching. And now I understood something I didn't want to understand. It wasn't following me. It was learning me. The radio voice came again. My childhood name. But this time it didn't sound like a recording. It sounded like someone standing right behind me, saying it into my ear. I spun around fast. Nothing. Just empty ranch road stretching into dark. But the sound didn't stop. It stayed. Close. Constant. You always turned left when you were scared. My blood went cold. Because that was true. No one here should know that. No one alive should. My breathing got shallow. I stepped left without thinking. Instantly regretted it. Because the gravel on that side felt different. Softer. Like it had been walked on too many times already. The radio hissed louder. Not static now. Pressure. Like something trying to push through. Then another memory slipped through the voice. "You broke your arm near the old well." I froze completely. That wasn't just personal. That was buried. No records, no photos, no mention outside my family. My voice finally came out weak. "Who is this?" Silence. Long enough to feel like the world had stopped listening. Then the answer came. "We are the part that remembers you." The air shifted. Not wind. Something deeper. Like the land itself exhaled slightly. I looked toward the fence again. And saw something new. The posts were no longer evenly spaced. They were wrong. Some closer together. Some further apart. Like distance itself was no longer consistent. And the man on the wire, if that's what he still was, stood between two posts that shouldn't have been that far apart, watching me. Still, patient. The radio suddenly burst into sound again. But this time it wasn't speaking clearly. It was layered voices. Dozens, all speaking fragments of my name. Different tones, different ages. Some sounded like me as a child. Some like me now. Some like I hadn't even lived yet. My hands started shaking. I pressed my palms against my head instinctively, trying to block it out. But it didn't matter, because it wasn't coming through sound anymore. It was coming through recognition, through memory itself. The foreman's voice came again, weaker now. "We are trying to locate your unit. Respond." I grabbed the mic without thinking this time. "I'm here," I said. Then I stopped, because I realized I wasn't sure what "here" meant anymore. A pause. Then the dispatcher answered. "We are receiving interference tied to personal identifiers." My throat tightened. "What does that mean?" Another pause. Then, "It means the system is using you as a reference point." The words hit like cold water. I looked down at my hands. They felt normal, but everything around them didn't. The fence, the ground, the gate behind me, all of it felt like it was adjusting around my presence, like I wasn't inside the system anymore. The system was forming around me. The radio crackled again, and this time the voice changed completely. No longer distorted, no longer layered. Just one voice. Calm, familiar, too familiar. "I found you again." My breath stopped instantly, because I knew that voice, even though I hadn't heard it in years, even though I thought I forgot it. "My father." I stepped back without realizing. "No," I whispered, "that's not possible." The voice didn't argue. It just continued. "You always went too far when you were curious." My chest tightened painfully. That wasn't just memory. That was specific, private, real, the kind of thing no system could guess, no frequency could reconstruct. Unless it wasn't reconstructing, it was replaying. I looked toward the gate again and saw something I hadn't seen before. The space inside it wasn't empty. It was layered, like multiple versions of the same moment stacked on top of each other. Different versions of the field flickering in and out. And in each version, the man on the wire was closer. I backed away fast now, my body finally overriding fear. The radio screamed static again, and my name came one last time. But now it wasn't just a name. It was a direction. "Come back." I turned and ran, not toward the truck, because I still didn't know where it was. Just away from the gate, away from the fence, away from the voice that kept using pieces of my life like keys. Gravel hit my boots fast, breathing loud, heart louder. But even as I ran, the voice stayed with me. Not behind, not ahead, inside the rhythm of my thoughts. "You don't remember all the lines you crossed." I didn't answer. I couldn't, because something worse was forming now. Not just the man on the wire, not just the gate, but the realization that whatever was speaking to me wasn't learning who I was. It was trying to finish a version of me it already knew. And somewhere ahead in the dark ranch land, Highway 37 was waiting for the final name it was still missing. The footprints were already there when I stopped running. Perfectly spaced, perfectly fresh, and completely impossible, because there was no one in front of me. I stood there breathing hard, chest burning, eyes locked on the ground like it might explain itself if I stared long enough. Dry dirt, cracked soil, and a single line of footprints walking straight ahead into the dark ranch land. Not coming from anywhere, not going back, just continuing. My heart was still pounding from the voice, from the name, from everything that kept getting too personal, too close, too impossible. And now this. I crouched slowly. My hand hovered over one of the prints. Didn't touch it at first, because part of me already knew. If I confirmed it, it would become real in a way I couldn't undo. The wind shifted slightly, but even that felt wrong. Too controlled, like it was happening on a schedule. I finally touched the ground. The dirt was warm. That was the first thing that made my stomach drop. Warm dirt at night doesn't happen out here. Not in open ranch land. I pressed a little harder. The footprint was deep. Not fresh like stepping through soil. More like something had pressed down through reality itself. Slowly, deliberately, my throat tightened. I followed it with my eyes. 1 step, 2, 3, perfect line. No wobble, no hesitation. Like whatever made these knew exactly where it was going. The radio on my belt crackled softly. I froze, didn't touch it, didn't breathe properly. Just listened. Static first, then a whisper. Not a voice this time. More like sound forming words too late. Do not continue. I laughed once, not because it was funny, because I didn't know what else to do. Continue what? I whispered back. No answer, just the static fading like a retreating breath. I stood up slowly, and that's when I noticed something worse. The footprints weren't just walking forward. They were adjusting. Not randomly, not slightly. They were correcting direction. Every few steps. Like they were responding to something invisible in the air. Like they were tracking something I couldn't see. My eyes followed them farther. The line led straight toward a stretch of land I didn't recognize. That alone should have stopped me, because I knew this ranch. Every gate, every post, every dry patch. But this section, it wasn't on any map I'd seen. No fence line, no marker, just open land swallowing itself into darkness. I stepped forward without thinking, then stopped immediately, because the moment I moved, the footprints moved again. Not physically, but conceptually, like they updated, like they knew I was watching. I backed up a step. The prints did not. They stayed frozen in place. Waiting. I felt something cold crawl through my chest. Like I had just entered a conversation without realizing it. The radio clicked again. This time louder. Closer. You are walking with it. I shook my head fast. I'm not walking with anything. Static answered me like a slow laugh. Then the voice came back. You already matched its direction. My breathing got uneven. I looked down again. At my boots. At the dirt. At the footprints ahead. And for the first time, I noticed something I didn't want to notice. My footprints were there too, but they weren't the same. They were overlapping. Not beside the other line. Not behind it. On top of it. Like I was following a path I hadn't consciously chosen. My stomach turned. No, I whispered. I stepped sideways. Immediately, the ground shifted slightly under me. Not physically, but visually, like perspective itself, resisted the movement. The footprints remained perfectly straight, unchanged. I tried again, another step away. This time the radio screamed static, so loud it cut through my teeth. I dropped to one knee instinctively, covering my ear. The sound didn't fade. It sharpened. Then, a new sound layered inside it. Footsteps. Not mine. Not in the dirt. Inside the radio signal. Walking. Slow. Matching the pattern in front of me. I froze completely. Because now it wasn't just footprints on the ground. It was movement inside the frequency. Inside the system. Inside everything I thought was separate. The static cleared suddenly, and the voice returned. Soft, almost patient. You are close enough to see the ending of this line. I looked up fast, and for a second, I thought I saw it. Far ahead, at the end of the footprints, something standing, not clearly shaped, not fully formed, just a darker distortion where the air didn't behave correctly. I stood up slowly. My legs felt disconnected, like they were responding late to my thoughts. The footprints continued forward, unbroken, unhindered. But now I realized something else. There were no return tracks, no hesitation, no signs of stopping, just forward movement. Only forward. I whispered, "Where does it go?" The radio answered immediately. "Nowhere you understand." That made my chest tighten harder. I started walking again. Not because I wanted to, because stopping felt worse. Every step I took matched the line. Perfectly. Like I had been trained into it without knowing. The wind picked up slightly. But instead of sound, it carried something else now. Fragments. My name. The foreman's voice. The cattle screams. All mixed into one drifting pressure across the field. The footprints got clearer as I approached. Deeper. More defined. And strangely, more human. I didn't want to think that. But I couldn't ignore it anymore. The stride matched mine. Exactly. Same spacing. Same rhythm. Like I wasn't following them. Like I had always been part of them. My breathing got shallow. I stopped walking instantly. The footprints didn't. They kept going. But something else changed. The ground behind me shifted slightly. Like it forgot I had stood there. I turned slowly. The world behind me looked normal. Too normal. Ranch darkness. Fence lines far away. But the footprints I had left behind were fading, not being covered, not being erased by wind, just disappearing like they were never committed to the ground at all. My pulse spiked. I turned back forward. The line was still there, still leading into the dark stretch ahead. And now, it was closer to me than it should have been. Much closer. Like distance had shortened while I wasn't paying attention. The radio crackled again, but this time the voice changed tone. Less controlled, more urgent. You must stop matching it. I whispered, "How?" Silence. Then, by refusing the next step, I looked down at my boot, hovering slightly above the next footprint. That one step forward. Simple, normal, and yet, everything felt like it depended on it. I hesitated. The wind stopped. Completely. Even the air felt paused. Then something behind me shifted. Slow, heavy, not footsteps this time, more like presence adjusting position. I didn't turn, because I already knew. If I acknowledged it fully, it would become part of the direction again. I focused on the footprint in front of me. Just one step. That's all it was supposed to be. But my body refused. Not fear. Not paralysis. Something worse. Alignment. Like my movement was being negotiated by something else. The radio whispered again. This is where most of them continue. I swallowed hard. Most of who? No answer. Just static breathing. I forced my foot back slightly, breaking alignment. And the moment I did, the footprints ahead flickered, like a weak signal losing power, then stabilized again. Stronger, more defined, almost angry. The ground under me shifted sharply this time. Not violently, but decisively, like something had reacted. The wind returned instantly, but now it carried one clear sound. A voice I recognized. My childhood name again. But this time it wasn't calling me. It was counting me, step by step, like it knew exactly how far I had moved. The footprints began moving again. Without me. Forward, increasing speed slightly. Not running, just continuing without needing permission. I backed away instinctively. And that's when I saw something I didn't expect. Behind the line, there was no darkness anymore. There was light, faint, distant, like the footprints were leading into something illuminated. Something not part of this ranch, not part of this night, not part of anything I understood. The radio made one final crackle, and the voice came through softer than ever. You are almost at the point where the line decides what you are. My throat went dry, and I realized something that made my entire body feel cold. The footprints weren't just showing where something had walked. They were showing what something had chosen to become. And now, mine were no longer optional. The fence was breathing again. Not wind, not vibration. Something deeper. Something that had learned rhythm. I stood there in the dark, staring at it like my eyes could force it back into being normal. But it wasn't normal anymore. The electric fence stretched across the land like a broken line of teeth, and every few seconds, it pulsed, a soft glow, then darkness, then glow again, like a heartbeat trying to remember what body it belonged to. But the power switch behind me was off. I had checked it twice. Still, the fence was alive. My hand didn't move at first. I just watched it, because part of me still wanted a rational answer. A broken transformer, a hidden backup line, something mechanical, something fixable. But the longer I stared, the more I understood. This wasn't electricity. It was repetition, like something trapped inside the fence was trying to speak in pulses. I took a step closer. The ground felt wrong immediately. Not soft, not hard, just delayed, like it reacted after I stepped on it. The fence pulsed again, closer this time, and I realized something I didn't want to realize. The pulse wasn't random. It was matching my heartbeat. I froze, put my hand on my chest. It was true. Every beat I made. The fence answered. 1 second delay. Like it was learning me. My breathing got shallow. No, I whispered. The fence pulsed again. Harder this time. Bright enough that the post lit up the dry grass around them in short flashes. And in those flashes, I saw movement. Not outside the fence. Inside it. Something shifting between the wires. Slow, like it was walking along the current. I stepped back instantly. My boot hit gravel too loud. The fence responded. A stronger pulse, like it felt me retreat. The radio on my belt clicked. No static, just a clean open channel. And then, my childhood name. Again, but not spoken, beaten into the signal, like a drum pattern. Thump it, thump it, pause, thump it. I backed away another step. The fence mirrored it, pulsing faster now. Too fast, almost excited. The land behind me felt different suddenly, like it was no longer behind me. More like it was waiting for permission to become something else. I turned slightly. The ranch road was still there, but it looked thinner, like it had lost weight, lost certainty. The fence pulsed again, and this time I saw it clearly. Something standing on the inside of the fence line. Not touching it, not trapped by it, moving with it. A silhouette stretching along the wire like it was part of the system. My throat tightened. The man on the wire. But he wasn't on the wire anymore. He was inside the fence rhythm. My hand went to the radio. Before I even decided. "Dispatch," I said. My voice shook slightly. "I think the fence is active. Even though power is off, it's responding to something." Silence. Then static. Then a voice I didn't recognize. "Calm. Too calm. There is no active system on your route." I looked at the fence again. It pulsed in response. Like it heard that. Like it disagreed. "I'm looking at it right now," I said. Another pause. Longer this time. Then, "Describe what you are seeing." I swallowed. My mouth felt dry. The fence is alive. It's pulsing like a heartbeat. The static shifted, and the voice changed slightly. Less formal now. More careful. Do not synchronize with it. My chest tightened. I'm not doing anything. But even as I said it, I realized I was breathing in rhythm with it. In, out, pulse, pause. The fence flickered brighter. I stopped breathing for a second. And it stopped too. That's when I understood. It wasn't just matching me. It was negotiating with me. I backed away slowly, trying to break rhythm, trying to separate myself from it. But every step I took, the fence adjusted. Faster pulses, closer rhythm, more urgent, like it didn't want distance. It wanted alignment. Behind me, something shifted in the dirt. Not loud, just present. I didn't turn. Not yet. Because I could feel it. The field wasn't empty anymore. The fence pulsed again. And this time the light didn't just flash. It stayed on longer. Long enough for me to see everything. The wire wasn't straight anymore. It curved slightly inward. Toward me. Like it was leaning. I stepped sideways instinctively. The fence followed. Not physically, but visually. The curve adjusted, always pointing toward where I was. Like I was the center of its attention. The radio cracked again. My name. But now it sounded different. Broken. Like multiple versions of me were being called at once. I dropped to one knee slightly. Not from fear. From pressure. Because the sound wasn't just in my ears anymore. It was inside my timing. Inside my rhythm. The fence pulsed again. And in that pulse, I saw something I shouldn't have. A shape forming inside the light. Not behind the fence. Not outside it. Inside the pulse itself. Like the electricity had memory. And that memory was moving. I stepped back fast. Too fast. The rhythm broke. For a second, everything stopped. Vents, radio, wind, even my heartbeat felt delayed. And in that silence, a new sound appeared. Footsteps, slow, inside the fence line. Not outside, inside the system. I turned my head slightly and saw him, the man on the wire. But now he wasn't walking along it. He was walking inside the pulses. Every time the fence lit up, he moved forward. Every dark gap, he disappeared, like the light was stitching him together frame by frame. My breath caught, because he was closer than before. Much closer. The radio screamed static suddenly. Then the voice came through one last time. Urgent now. Break visual contact. I didn't respond. I couldn't, because the fence was doing something else now. It was changing direction. Not physically, but structurally. The entire line began to bend inward toward me. Slowly, like the land itself was folding attention into a single point. Me. I backed away, but the ground behind me felt unstable. Like I was stepping off balance. Like the ranch no longer had fixed coordinates. The fence pulsed again. And this time, it synced with my heartbeat perfectly. No delay. No distance. Identical. I stopped completely. So did it. We were aligned now. The man inside the light stopped moving. He tilted his head slightly, like he was listening to something only I could produce. My voice came out weak. What do you want? Silence. Then the fence pulsed once. Long. Sustained. And in that pulse, I heard something inside it. Not words. Recognition. Like the system had finally confirmed something. The radio whispered again. But now it wasn't speaking to me. It was speaking about me. Connection established. My stomach dropped. No, I whispered. The fence brightened sharply. All along the line. Like a signal being fully received. The man inside the light stepped closer. And for the first time, I saw his outline properly. It wasn't just a shape. It was structure. Like he was made from repeated versions of movement. Stacked wrong. Aligned incorrectly. Human only in suggestion. My body moved backward instinctively. But the fence responded instantly. Pulse rising. Faster. Harsher. Like panic. Or hunger. The radio cracked one final time. And the voice said something that made my entire body go cold. You are now part of the circuit. The fence pulsed again. And this time, it didn't stop. The map was wrong. Not slightly wrong. Not outdated wrong. Gone wrong. I stood in the truck cab with the radio still whispering static behind me, staring at the printed map the ranch office had given me. And mile marker 7 wasn't there. I traced it again with my finger. Left to right. Slow. Careful. Nothing. The road that should have passed through it just stopped. Like someone had erased it mid-thought. But I knew it existed. Because I had been there. I had heard the cattle. I had seen the fence move. I had stood in its shadow while something learned my name. My hands tightened on the paper. The ink looked too clean. Too intentional. like the land had been edited instead of surveyed. Behind me, the radio clicked softly. No voice yet, just waiting. I didn't turn around, because I already knew what it wanted. My attention. Always my attention. I set the map down slowly on the dashboard. The paper felt lighter than it should have, like it was missing weight, missing memory. Outside the windshield, the ranch stretched out into darkness. But something was off. The distance didn't feel stable anymore. Like the land wasn't fixed in place. Like it could be rearranged without warning. I swallowed hard. This is stupid, I whispered to myself. But my voice didn't sound convincing. I grabbed the truck keys anyway, because I had to see it. I had to confirm that mile marker 7 still existed in reality, even if the paper forgot it. The engine started rough. Too rough. Like it didn't want to participate. I drove slow. No headlights at first. Just darkness and instinct. The road felt familiar for exactly the first 3 minutes. Then it changed. Subtly, like the terrain had been rewritten while I was looking away. The fence lines no longer matched the map in my head. The angles were wrong. The spacing uneven. And the deeper I drove, the more I felt something unsettling. I wasn't approaching mile marker 7. I was being led away from everywhere else. The radio cracked once. My childhood name came through softly. Not spoken this time. Sung, low, like a memory being hummed through static. I gripped the steering wheel tighter. No, I muttered, not now. The voice didn't respond. It never did when it didn't need to. The truck rolled over uneven ground. And then I saw it. A signpost, half buried, leaning sideways. Mile marker 7. My stomach tightened instantly. It was there. It was real. It hadn't been erased. But something about it felt wrong. The letters were too new. Too sharp. Like they had been placed recently into old rust. I stopped the truck. Killed the engine. Silence hit instantly. Too complete. Even the wind felt paused. I stepped out slowly. The ground under my boots was dry. Cracked, but warm again. Like before. Like the land remembered me. I walked toward the sign. Each step felt measured. Observed. The closer I got, the more I noticed something else. The marker wasn't just standing. It was slightly vibrating. Barely visible. Like it was resisting being still. I reached out. My hand stopped just before touching it. Something inside me hesitated. Not fear exactly. Recognition. Like I had touched it before. Like it remembered me more than I remembered it. I finally placed my fingers on the metal. It was warm. Not sun warm. Body warm. My throat tightened. The radio in the truck clicked behind me. I didn't look, because I knew it was listening now. The sign shifted slightly under my touch. Not physically. Conceptually. Like it adjusted its meaning. The number 7 flickered. Just for a second. And underneath it, something else. I blinked hard. It was gone. But my skin felt cold now. Like I had seen something I wasn't allowed to register. I stepped back slowly. And that's when I noticed the road. It didn't continue past the marker. It stopped. Not broken. Not overgrown. Stopped. Like someone had drawn a boundary and decided nothing beyond it was necessary. I turned around. The truck was still there, but it looked farther away than it should have. Like distance had stretched without permission. The radio crackled again, and this time the voice was clearer, calmer, almost satisfied. You confirmed it. My mouth went dry. Confirmed what? Static. Then, that it exists without continuity. I shook my head slightly. That doesn't make sense. The voice didn't argue. It never needed to. Instead, something changed in the air. Pressure dropped. Not like wind, like expectation shifting. I looked back at the marker and saw something I didn't before. There were marks on the ground around it. Footprints, but not walking. Standing. Too many. Too tight. Like people had gathered here and forgotten how to leave. I crouched slowly. The prints weren't fresh. They weren't old either. They were repeated. Overwritten. Like the same moment had happened too many times in the same place. My breathing slowed without permission. The radio spoke again. Soft. Close. You are standing inside the correction point. I stood up fast. What does that mean? Silence stretched. Long enough that I almost thought it was gone. Then, it means this is where the map decides what it will allow to remain. A cold sensation moved through my chest. I looked down the road again. It still ended. But now I noticed something worse. The end wasn't flat. It was folded. Like the world past mile marker 7 had been turned inward. Compressed. Hidden inside itself. And something was pressing against it. Trying to come through. The fence in the distance flickered. Just once. Even though I wasn't near it. Even though I shouldn't have been able to see it from here. But I did. And in that flicker, I saw movement along the line again. The man on the wire. But now he wasn't on the fence. He was reflected in the road itself. Every surface I looked at carried him differently. Like he was no longer tied to one place. He was tied to the concept of here. My chest tightened. I stepped back toward the truck instinctively. But the moment I moved, the marker shifted. Not physically, but in meaning again. The number 7 blurred. My stomach dropped instantly, because I understood what was happening. It wasn't a place. It was a condition, and I was inside it. The radio clicked loudly. Then the voice returned. This is the point where most units lose return path. My hands shook slightly. I still have a return path. Even as I said it, I wasn't sure I believed it. The voice responded instantly. No. A pause. Then softer. You are past the version of the road that supports return. My breathing hitched. Behind me, the truck engine suddenly turned on. Even though I hadn't touched it. Even though the keys were still in my pocket. It idled. Patient. Like it was waiting for permission. I turned slowly. The headlights were on now. Pointing forward. Not backward. Not toward safety. Toward the erased section of road. The one that didn't exist on any map. My throat tightened. No, I whispered. The radio answered immediately. Yes. The truck door closed on its own. Not violently. Gently. Like it had made a decision without me. The engine revved slightly. The headlights brightened. And the road ahead, where there should have been nothing, started to reappear. Not fully. Not clearly. Just enough to suggest continuation. Like the land was remembering how to exist. I stood there frozen. Between sign and truck. Between known and missing. And then I felt it. A shift in my perception. Not external. internal, like something had adjusted my understanding of what forward meant. The radio whispered one final line. You are now aligned with mile marker 7. The fence in the distance pulsed once. Strong, final, and the road ahead took its first step forward without me moving at all, like it had already decided where I was going next. The first call came in at 2:13 a.m., but the barn had been empty for years. I remember staring at the dispatch screen, waiting for it to refresh, thinking it was just another glitch in the system. Then it rang again. Same location. Barn 3. Empty property off Highway 37. Locked, abandoned, no electricity registered. But the voice on the line was breathing. Not talking yet. Just breathing like they had been running for a long time and forgot how to stop. I leaned closer to the console. You're hearing this? I asked the foreman on duty. He didn't answer right away. Then he said, that barn shouldn't even have a working line. The call didn't drop. It stayed open. Just breath. Heavy, wet, like someone was pressed against the receiver from the other side. Then a sound came through. Wood creaking. Slow, like something inside was shifting its weight. I felt my stomach tighten. Dispatch, respond, I said into the mic. No answer from the caller. Just movement. Then something dragged across the floor. Long, slow, like a body or something close to it trying to stand up after being down too long. I looked at the location again. Barn 3. Same as always. But something about it felt wrong tonight. Like the name didn't belong to a place anymore. It belonged to a condition. The line crackled suddenly, and a voice came through. Soft, barely audible. Don't come in. I froze, because that wasn't a standard panic call. That was awareness. Like whoever was inside knew the protocol. Knew we would send someone. Knew it was already too late. The foreman leaned over my shoulder. Patch it to field unit, he said. But I hesitated, because something about the voice felt familiar in a way I couldn't explain. Not someone I knew. Not exactly, but like a tone I had heard before in a different life. I keyed the mic anyway. Unit 14, respond to Barn 3. Check-in required. Possible trespasser or animal disturbance. Static. Then the truck radio from Unit 14 clicked. Copy that, en route. I should have felt relief. But I didn't, because the breathing on the line changed. It stopped for half a second, then came back sharper. Closer, like it had noticed the response. I leaned forward. What's your status? I asked into the channel. No answer from the field unit yet, but the barn call responded instead. Not to me. To the system. I hear your wheels. My throat tightened. The foreman frowned. What did it say? I didn't answer, because the voice on the line wasn't panicked anymore. It was listening, waiting. Then the wood creaked again, but this time it sounded like a door opening. Slow, heavy, like something that had been sealed for a long time was finally remembering how to move. Unit 14 came through. We're on site. Barn is, it looks normal. I exhaled slightly, until he added, door is open though, that's weird. It was locked yesterday. My stomach dropped. I checked the record. Barn 3 was marked sealed. No recent access. No maintenance. Nothing. I leaned closer to the screen. Confirm door status, I said. A pause. Then Unit 14 replied. Door is open, but the lock is still engaged from inside. Silence hit the room. Even the other operators stopped typing. That doesn't happen. A lock cannot be engaged from the inside if the door is open. Not physically, not logically. The barn call came back. Soft again, almost relieved. You brought company. I felt a chill run through my arms. Who was speaking? I asked. No answer. Instead, the breathing returned. But now it wasn't alone. There were two sets, maybe three, layering on top of each other like something inside the barn was multiplying attention. Unit 14's voice came back. I'm approaching the door. Then a pause. Long. Too long. Dispatch, there's something wrong with the hinges. My grip tightened on the console. What do you see? Another pause. Then, the door is open wider than the frame allows. I looked at the foreman. He didn't look at me. He was already uneasy. The barn call suddenly crackled louder, and I heard it clearly this time. Not breathing, not wood, whispering, but not words yet. Just structure forming, like language trying to decide what it wanted to become. Unit 14 spoke again. I'm entering the barn. My throat went dry. Negative, I said immediately. Hold position until backup arrives. But it was too late. He was already inside. The audio shifted. Wind dropped out completely. No external sound. Just interior silence. Then, a slow step on wood. Then another. Unit 14 whispered, "It's empty." I frowned. Confirmed visually. A pause. Then, there's no livestock, no equipment, just markings on the ground. The barn call on my screen flickered. The breathing stopped. Completely. And that scared me more than anything else. Because silence on an open line is never empty. It means attention has changed direction. Then Unit 14 spoke again. Wait, the markings are fresh. His voice changed slightly. Less professional now. More uncertain. What kind of markings? I asked. He didn't answer right away. Then, they look like footprints, but they start inside the barn and go outward. My skin tightened. That's not possible, I said. But even as I said it, I remembered something I shouldn't have been thinking. The call didn't come from outside. It came from inside. The foreman leaned in. Tell him to leave now. I nodded and pressed the mic. Unit 14, exit immediately. Do not proceed further. No response. Then static. Then a sound I didn't expect. A chair scraping. But there were no chairs in that barn. Dispatch, Unit 14 said suddenly. His voice was different now. Not panicked. Not calm. Confused. I think I'm not alone. The barn call reactivated on my screen. But now it wasn't just audio. It was layered with faint visual distortion. Like the system itself was struggling to represent what was happening. Then I heard it. Right through the speaker. A second voice inside the barn. Close to Unit 14. Too close. Turn around. Unit 14 didn't respond. Just breathing now. Vast. Shallow. Then a slow movement. Like he was turning. And I heard it. The moment he saw it. A single exhale. Not fear. Recognition. Then silence. Complete. Final. The line stayed open. But no sound came through anymore. The foreman reached for the disconnect switch. I stopped him. Wait, I said quietly. Because something on the screen was changing. Barn 3's status flickered. Locked, unlocked, locked, unlocked. Like the system couldn't decide what reality it was supposed to maintain. Then one final message came through on the open line. Not from Unit 14, not from dispatch, from the barn itself. You sent one inside. My hands went cold. The foreman stepped back. That's not possible, he whispered. But the screen didn't care about what was possible. The barn feed went dark for a second, then returned. But the audio was gone. Only image distortion remained. And in that distortion, something stood near the center of the barn. Not moving, just there, as if it had always been there, and only now allowed itself to be noticed. The line finally disconnected on its own. The room stayed silent for a long time. No one spoke. No one moved. Because we all understood the same thing at the same time. Barn 3 wasn't calling for help. It was testing the response. And whatever answered was now part of it. The foreman finally broke the silence. We need to seal Highway 37 reports. Something is spreading along that corridor. I didn't answer right away. Because on my screen, the system refreshed one more time. A new call was already forming. Same location. Barn 3. But the label had changed slightly. Just one line of text. Active again. It started with screaming cows. Not loud at first. Just wrong. Like the sound was coming from too far inside their bodies. I was halfway through my night patrol when the radio crackled with the ranch foreman's voice. Get to South Penn. Now, something's wrong with the calving. His tone wasn't normal. No frustration. No routine urgency. Just fear trying to stay professional. I turned the truck immediately. Dust kicked up behind me as I drove toward the southern pens. But even before I arrived, I could hear it. The cattle weren't just panicking. They were reacting to something they could see. Something I couldn't. That's what made my stomach tighten. Animals don't lie like that. The closer I got, the worse the sound became. Low moans. Sharp breaks in their breathing. Like the entire herd was holding something in and failing. I parked near the fence line. Killed the engine. Silence hit instantly. And in that silence, I heard something underneath everything. A wet sound. Like something struggling to separate itself from something else. The foreman was already there. Standing too still. Watching the pen without blinking. That started 10 minutes ago, he said. His voice was flat. Like he had used up his panic early and had nothing left. I stepped closer to the fence. What's in there? I asked. He didn't answer right away. Then he said something that made my skin tighten. We only brought in one cow tonight. I looked at him. That doesn't make sense. I saw at least 5 in the feed records. He shook his head slowly. No, one. Then he pointed. My eyes followed his hand. And that's when I saw her. A single cow inside the pen. Lying down. Breathing too fast. Her body shaking like she was fighting her own bones. But that wasn't the problem. The problem was what was happening underneath her. Something was moving. Inside her. Not natural movement. Not normal labor. This was wrong timing. Wrong shape. Wrong rhythm. The cow let out a sound that wasn't fully a scream. It was halfway between pain and recognition. I stepped back slightly without thinking. What is that? I whispered. The foreman didn't answer. Because he didn't know. Or didn't want to say it out loud. The radio on my belt clicked softly. No voice. Just static. But the static wasn't random anymore. It had structure, like something inside it was trying to form words but losing patience. I watched the cow. Her body shifted again. Harder this time. Too sudden. Too violent. And then, the impossible happened. The shape inside her stopped moving. Not because it was done, but because it was listening. My throat went dry. The foreman took a step closer to the gate. "Open it," he said quietly. I turned to him. "No, we need veterinary support. We don't know what." He cut me off. "There's no time for protocol." That's when I noticed something in his voice. Not panic. Not command. Resignation. Like he already knew what was coming. I hesitated, then unlocked the gate. It creaked open slowly. The sound made the cattle react instantly. All of them. Every single one. But there was only one cow in there. So why were they reacting like a herd? I stepped inside carefully. The ground was damp. Not from water. From something older. Something that shouldn't be there. Each step felt heavier than the last. Like the pen didn't want me inside it. The cow lifted her head slowly and looked at me. Directly. Not blindly. Not in pain. But aware. Too aware. My breath caught. Because for a second, I felt like she recognized me. Not as a person. As a pattern. The radio crackled again. Louder now. The static forming something close to speech. The cow made another sound. And this time, the sound answered. From inside her. Not outside. Inside. A second voice layered underneath her breath. Soft. Almost curious. Not ready yet. I froze completely. The foreman whispered behind me. "Did you hear that?" I didn't answer, because I wasn't sure if it came through the air or my own mind. The cow's body tensed again, harder than before. The ground beneath her shifted slightly, like something inside her was pushing against the rules of physics. Then, the skin on her side moved. Not tore, not opened, moved, like it was being pushed from the inside by something learning how to exist. I stepped back instantly. "No," I whispered. The foreman grabbed my arm. "Don't run. If it comes out wrong, it'll panic the whole herd." "There is no herd," I said. He didn't respond, because I was right. But we both still heard them, even though they weren't there. The cow's breathing slowed. Too suddenly, like everything inside her had paused to decide its next step. The radio went silent. That silence was worse than the static, because now there was nothing between us and it. The cow exhaled once. Long. Controlled. Then, the movement inside her stopped completely. The pen went quiet. Even the wind felt like it backed away. I looked at the foreman. He looked at me. Neither of us spoke, because we both knew something had changed. Not finished. Changed. The cow stood up slowly, her legs shaking, but not from weakness, from alignment, like something inside her was now holding her upright. She turned her head slightly and looked at the fence. Not us. The fence. Then she took one step forward and stopped, waiting. The radio clicked. Once, my name came through the static. Soft, almost gentle. I turned my head slightly without thinking. The foreman grabbed the gate. "Don't listen to it," he said quickly. But it was too late. because now I realized something horrifying. The voice wasn't calling me from outside. It was using me as reference. The cow took another step. The ground under her responded instantly, like it had been expecting that movement. Then another step, and something inside her shifted again. Not violently, correctly, like a system finding its proper configuration. The foreman whispered, "We should close it." But I couldn't move, because I was watching something impossible happen in real time. The cow wasn't giving birth. She was transitioning. Not life to life, state to state. The radio hissed again, and the voice returned. "Closer. You are observing correctly." My stomach tightened. "No," I whispered. "I don't understand any of this." The voice didn't respond directly. Instead, the cow lowered her head, and the ground beneath her opened slightly. Not like soil breaking, like permission being granted. Something began to emerge. Slow, careful, like it was learning the shape of air before committing to it. The foreman backed away fast. "Shut the gate," he said sharply. But I didn't, because I couldn't look away. The shape rising from the cow wasn't a calf. It didn't have weight the way living things should. It looked like movement pretending to be solid, like a mistake that refused correction. It paused halfway out, and then it turned its head toward me, even though it had no clear face, no eyes, just orientation. And it recognized me. The radio screamed static suddenly, so loud I dropped to one knee. The foreman shouted something I couldn't hear, because inside the static, there was a new voice now. Multiple voices, all saying my name. Different tones, different ages, and underneath them all, the same phrase repeating. "Witness confirmed." My chest tightened. I stood up quickly. "Get it back in," I shouted. But it was already too late. The thing that wasn't a calf stepped fully out of the cow, and the cow collapsed immediately. Not dead. Empty. Like something had finished using her. The pen went silent. Absolute silence. Even the radio stopped. And in that silence, the thing turned fully toward me. Not moving, just aligning. The foreman whispered, "What is it looking at?" I didn't answer, because I finally understood what was happening. It wasn't born. It was transferred, and I had just become part of its reference point. The radio clicked one last time, and the voice said, almost kindly, "Now it knows where you are." And the cattle that weren't there screamed again. The worst part wasn't the calls. It was the logs, because the calls were real. I had heard them. I had answered them. I had sent units. But the system said nothing happened. Zero movement recorded. Zero audio captured. Zero presence detected. Like the entire night was being deleted in real time while I was still inside it. I stared at the dispatch screen until my eyes burned. Every entry for Highway 37 read the same. No activity. No entry. No confirmed presence. But my headset still remembered screams. My hands still remembered shaking. And Barn 3 still felt like something was breathing through the system. At exactly 2:13 a.m., the line rang again. I didn't jump this time. I just looked at it, like I was expecting it. Because I was. The foreman wasn't in the room tonight. It was just me and the screen. And whatever kept calling from Highway 37. I pressed the line open. No greeting. No protocol. Just breath. Heavy, Close, like the caller was standing inside the mic instead of speaking through it. Then a sound, metal shifting, slow, like a gate being pushed without touching it. I leaned closer. "Dispatch, identify yourself," I said. Nothing answered, but the breath changed. It noticed me. That's what it felt like. Not communication, recognition. Then a voice came through. Soft, careful, not panicked anymore. Just aware. "There is no one on the property." I froze slightly, because that wasn't a call for help. That was a statement, a correction. I checked the screen. Barn 3, same location, still flagged as inactive, still marked empty. "Then who is calling?" I asked. Silence, then static. But the static wasn't random. It had rhythm, like something tapping inside the line. Then the voice returned, closer this time. "You are listening from a place that does not exist here." My throat tightened. That doesn't make sense. The voice didn't respond directly. Instead, I heard movement. Footsteps. Slow. Inside wood. But Barn 3 had no active floor sensors. No live feed. Nothing should be producing audio. And yet I heard it clearly. Step. Pause. Step. Like someone walking in a room that wasn't recorded. I pulled up the system logs again. Still empty. Still clean. But the call stayed open, which was impossible. Open calls always generated logs. Always. My fingers started to feel cold on the keyboard. "Unit check," I said into the mic. No response from anyone. No dispatch confirmation. Just the open line breathing back at me. Then, a new sound joined. Not from the barn. From the system itself. A second audio layer. Like something was playing over reality. And in that layer, I heard my own voice. But I wasn't speaking. Not yet. The voice said, "Confirm presence at Highway 37. I froze completely, because I had not said that. And no one else in dispatch was logged in. The screen flickered once. Barn 3 status blinked. For a fraction of a second, it changed. Active, then back to inactive. I leaned forward instinctively. "What is happening to the logs?" I whispered. The line answered immediately. Not the voice from before. Something else now. Calm. Almost clinical. Logs reflect absence of confirmation. I frowned. That doesn't make sense. I'm listening right now. A pause. Longer than before. Then, listening is not confirmation. My stomach tightened. I looked at the timestamp. 2:13 a.m. Again. Always 2:13. Like the night refused to move past it. The foreman's voice suddenly came through the intercom behind me. Sharp. Urgent. Do not trust the logs. I spun around fast. He wasn't supposed to be there. But the speaker continued. We checked manually. Barn 3 is sealed. No entry, no activity, no livestock, no personnel. I looked back at the screen. The call was still open. Still breathing. Still waiting. Then why am I hearing it? I said. The foreman paused. Long enough that I felt something shift in my chest. Then he said something that made my skin go cold. You are the only one receiving it. Silence hit the room. Even the radio stopped humming. Just empty air. Just the open line. Then the voice returned. And this time it sounded almost patient. You are the reference point. My hands tightened slightly. That's not possible. But even as I said it, I felt something change in the room. The temperature dropped. Not gradually. Instantly. Like something had removed heat from the air as a decision. The screen flickered again. And for a second, I saw Barn 3. Not through camera feed. Not through data. Directly, like it was overlaid onto the room. The barn stood there. Inside dispatch. Wrong angle. Too close. Too real. Then it was gone. I stepped back instinctively. The foreman's voice came again. Lower now. Careful. Stop engaging with the line. I laughed once. Not because it was funny. Because it was impossible. I'm literally the only one receiving it. I said, "What do you want me to do?" No answer. Just static again. But this time the static wasn't empty. It had shape, like something standing inside it. And then I heard it again. The footsteps. Inside Barn 3. Still walking. But now they were closer. Much closer. Like the barn wasn't far away anymore. Like it had moved. I checked the map system. Highway 37 loaded. Then flickered. Then shifted. The road layout changed slightly. Not dramatically, but enough that my brain rejected it immediately. Barn 3 was no longer isolated. It was connected to everything. The call spoke again. You are mapping incorrectly. I swallowed hard. Mapping what? A pause. Then, distance. My breathing slowed, because that word felt wrong in context. Like it didn't belong in a 911 call. The foreman spoke again. Urgent now. Disconnect now. But I couldn't, because something in me needed to understand. Something worse than fear. Curiosity. I leaned toward the mic. If there is no one there, I said, then what is calling me? The answer came instantly. You are. My stomach dropped. No, I whispered, that's not possible. The voice didn't argue. It just repeated softer. You are the signal pathway. The screen flickered violently. Barn 3 appeared again. But now it was not empty. There was movement inside it. Not bodies. Not shapes. But suggestion. Like something trying to decide how to be seen. The foreman shouted through the intercom. Shut it down. I reached for the disconnect switch. My hand stopped halfway, because I realized something that made my chest tighten painfully. The call had never ended since 2:13 a.m. started. It was just repeating in layers. Like time wasn't moving forward. It was stacking. The voice spoke one final time. Closer than before. Almost inside my ear. There is no one on the property. A pause. Then softer. Because it has not been assigned yet. The lights in the room flickered. Once. Twice. And on the third flicker, the screen went black. For half a second. Then came back. But Barn 3 was gone from the system entirely. No record. No location. No entry. Just empty space in the database where it used to be. The call ended. Suddenly. Cleanly. Like it had never existed. Silence filled the room. The foreman's voice was gone. The intercom dead. Only the hum of the system remained. I stared at the screen, waiting for something to update. Something to correct itself. But nothing did. Then at the bottom of the log window, a new line appeared. Just one, inserted automatically. Unassigned location DETCTD, Highway 37. And beneath it, a timestamp, 2:13 a.m. It was already inside the trough when I saw it. That's the part I can't stop thinking about. Not that it was there, but that no one noticed it arrive. The barn lights were flickering again. That same sick rhythm from Highway 37 nights. Too slow to be a malfunction. Too steady to be natural. I stepped into barn 3 with my flashlight already shaking slightly in my hand. I told myself it was just exhaustion. Long shifts do that. They make shadows feel heavier than they are. But then I saw the feed trough, and my brain stopped trying to explain anything. Something was curled inside it. At first, I thought it was a sick animal. Maybe a calf that had fallen in and couldn't climb out. But the shape didn't move like something trapped. It moved like something adjusting. Slow, careful, like it was learning the shape of its own body in real time. I stepped closer. The smell hit me first. Not decay, not manure. Something metallic and warm, like rain falling on old batteries. My flashlight beam landed directly on it, and I almost dropped the light, because it wasn't eating the feed. It was mixing with it. The grain around it was wet, not from water, from something inside it leaking outward. The shape inside the trough twitched slightly, and I heard breathing, but it didn't match any lung rhythm I knew. Too layered, too inconsistent, like more than one thing was breathing through the same body at different speeds. Behind me, one of the ranch hands whispered, "What is that supposed to be?" I didn't answer, because I didn't know what language would fit the question. The shape slowly lifted part of itself out of the feed. Not a head, not a limb, just a curve of motion that didn't belong to any known anatomy. And for a second, I thought it was looking at me, but it didn't have eyes. It had direction. That's the only way I can describe it. Like attention without organs. The barn door creaked behind us. The foreman stepped in. His face went pale the moment he saw it. "What did you feed it?" he asked immediately. That question made no sense. "We didn't feed anything," I said. He didn't respond, just stared at the trough like it had personally offended reality. The thing inside shifted again, and the feed around it sank slightly, like gravity was wrong in that exact spot. Then it made a sound. Not a cry, not a growl, more like a question trying to become sound. The ranch hand behind me took a step back. "What animal is that?" he whispered. The foreman didn't answer him. Instead, he walked closer. Too close. I grabbed his arm instinctively. "Don't," I said. He pulled away. "I need to see what we're dealing with." But as he got closer, the thing reacted. Not aggressively, curiously. It turned slightly toward him. And I swear to God, the feed trough shifted with it. Like it wasn't inside the trough. Like the trough was forming around it. The foreman froze, because now it was clearer. Whatever it wasn't stuck in the feed. The feed was organizing itself around it. The ranch hand whispered, "That's not an animal." The foreman exhaled slowly. "No," he said, "it's not." That was the first honest thing I'd heard him say in days. The thing moved again. And this time I saw something worse. It wasn't one shape. It was layers. Like something trying on different physical forms and failing halfway through each one. A shoulder would form and dissolve. A limb would almost exist, then forget itself. Like reality kept rejecting its application. The barn lights flickered harder, and in that flicker, I saw something else. Just for a second, the trough wasn't in barn 3. It was somewhere else, somewhere larger, endless, and barn 3 was inside it. I blinked. It was gone, but my stomach didn't forget what I saw. The foreman stepped back slowly. "We should isolate it," he said. The ranch hand shook his head fast. "How do you isolate that?" Nobody answered, because there wasn't a good answer. The thing inside the trough made another sound. This one softer, almost like it was trying to mimic speech. My radio crackled suddenly. Not static this time. A clean signal. Too clean. Then a voice came through. The same one from Highway 37 nights. "Calm. Controlled. You are observing correctly." I froze. The foreman grabbed the radio on my belt. "Who is this?" he snapped. No response. The thing in the trough shifted again. And this time, it matched the voice. Like it recognized it. Like it had been waiting for it. The feed around it began to vibrate slightly. Not physically shaking. More like becoming uncertain. The ranch hand backed toward the wall. "I don't like this," he said. His voice cracked. "I don't like this at all." The foreman turned to me. "We burn it," he said immediately. I stared at him. "That's your solution?" He didn't hesitate. "Yes." But the voice in the radio cut in again. "No containment is required." The foreman yelled into the radio. "We don't take instructions from." The voice interrupted him. "You already are." Silence dropped into the barn, so fast it felt like impact. Even the flickering lights seemed to pause. The thing in the trough stopped moving. Completely. Like it was listening too. Then, it began to rise. Slow. Not climbing. Not escaping. Just changing elevation as if the concept of down no longer applied. The feed slid off it without resistance. Like gravity had forgotten its job. The ranch hand turned away. "I'm not staying here," he said. He ran out of the barn. No one stopped him, because part of me understood why. The thing rose fully out of the trough now, and what I saw made my chest tighten. It wasn't shaped correctly for this world. Edges didn't meet properly. Depth didn't behave normally. It looked like a sketch that reality hadn't finished drawing. The foreman stepped back slowly. "Burn it," he repeated again. But his voice wasn't confident anymore. The radio spoke one last time. "You are not authorized to terminate transitional material." My grip tightened on the flashlight. "Transitional to what?" I whispered. The thing finally turned fully toward us. And for the first time, it made something like focus. Like it had decided what we were. Not threats. Not observers. Just reference points. The foreman raised his lighter anyway. I grabbed his wrist. "Don't," I said sharply. But it was too late. He flicked it on. A small flame. Tiny. Insulting against whatever this was. The moment the flame appeared, the thing reacted instantly. Not with fear. With correction. The barn temperature dropped violently. The feed trough behind it cracked slightly. Like something inside the structure was being rewritten too quickly. The foreman hesitated. Just for a second. That was enough. The thing leaned forward. Not fast. Not aggressive. Certain. And in that moment, the flame went out. Not extinguished. Removed. Like it had never been allowed to exist. The lighter clicked empty. The foreman stared at it like it had betrayed him. Then the radio whispered again. Soft, almost gentle. Containment methods are outdated. The thing in the trough shifted closer to the edge of perception. And I realized something I didn't want to understand. It wasn't invading the barn. It was correcting it. And we were still inside the version that needed correction. The foreman stepped back slowly. For the first time, I saw fear fully take him. Not anger, not denial, just fear. The thing made another sound. And this time, I understood it almost. Not the words, the intent, recognition, like it was learning us, studying what broke, what resisted, what remained. And then, the barn lights shut off completely. Not flicker, not failure, just absence. And in that darkness, the radio said my name again. The first thing I noticed was that the radio wasn't on my belt anymore. It was in the walls. That's the only way I can explain it. The moment the lights went out in Barn 3, the sound didn't stop. It changed direction. The voice that had been calling my name, it wasn't coming through the speaker anymore. It was coming from everywhere at once. From the wood, from the nails, from the air trapped between the boards. I stood still, trying to convince my brain this was just echo distortion, just interference. But then the barn answered again. Soft, clear, too close. Dispatch. My chest tightened instantly, because it didn't sound like radio anymore. It sounded like someone speaking through the structure itself. The foreman moved beside me in the dark. I could hear his breathing now. Vast, controlled panic trying not to become real fear. What is that? He whispered. I didn't answer, because I didn't know anymore what that even was. The radio on my belt crackled again, but it didn't stay in my hand. The sound separated, like the signal had learned how to spread out. It wasn't one point anymore. It was inside the barn. Inside us. The wooden beams creaked slightly. Not from wind, from attention, like the barn was waking up around us. Then the voice came again. But now it wasn't just calling my name. It was describing me. You are standing near the center frame. My throat went dry. I took one slow step back. The foreman grabbed my arm instantly. Don't move, he whispered. But I had already realized something worse. The voice didn't need to see us. It knew structure. It knew layout. It knew where we were based on the barn itself. I looked up. Dark beams overhead. Lines of wood crossing like veins. And suddenly, I understood what felt wrong. The barn wasn't just a building anymore. It was a receiver. The foreman whispered, "It's using the structure." I nodded slightly, but even that felt like too much agreement. Because now the wood itself responded. A soft knock came from the wall behind us. Not loud, not aggressive, just intentional. Like someone testing if we were still listening. The voice followed immediately. Signal clarity improving. My skin tightened, because it wasn't static anymore. It was learning. The barn shifted slightly, not physically moving, but my perception of it did. The corners didn't feel fixed anymore. The space felt flexible, like it could rearrange itself if needed. The foreman slowly pulled out his flashlight. I grabbed his wrist. "No light," I whispered. He looked at me sharply. "Why?" I didn't answer immediately, because I wasn't sure how to explain it. Then the voice spoke again, and this time it reacted to his movement. External illumination not required. The flashlight clicked on anyway. A beam of white cut through the darkness instantly. And the moment it did, the barn responded. Not violently, not immediately, but with correction. The beam bent slightly, just enough that my brain noticed it late. The light wasn't going straight anymore. It was curving, like space inside the barn was adjusting to redirect it. The foreman froze. "What the hell?" he whispered. The voice cut in again. Calm, almost patient. Visual interference reduces signal accuracy. My stomach dropped. "Signal," I whispered. The barn answered me directly this time. "Yes." The foreman stepped back slowly. "This is not a radio," he said. "No," I replied quietly. "It's not." Another knock came from the wall. Closer. The sound traveled through the wood like it had direction now, like it was walking inside the structure. The voice followed it. Fragmented communication persists due to resistance. I swallowed hard. Resistance from what? I asked. A pause. Too long. Then, from the observer. My chest tightened. The foreman looked at me instantly. "Don't respond," he said. But I had already made the mistake, because now the barn knew I was engaging. The wood beneath my boots creaked slightly, not breaking, adjusting, like it had shifted weight. The voice softened. "You are closer than previous iterations." My throat went dry. "Iterations of what?" I whispered. The barn didn't answer immediately. Instead, something moved inside the wall. A slow dragging sound, like something inside the structure was repositioning itself. Then the voice returned. Record attempts increased stability. The foreman raised his hand slightly. "Record what?" The barn responded instantly. "Reality deviation at Highway 37. The words hit differently, not because they were scary, because they were structured, like documentation, like we weren't experiencing something. We were being added to something. The flashlight beam bent again, more noticeably this time. The light hit the far wall but didn't stay there. It slid along the wood grain like water. The foreman stepped back. "This is impossible," he said. But his voice didn't have conviction anymore, just disbelief trying to stay functional. Another knock, this time from behind us. I turned instantly. Nothing there, just wood. But the sound stayed. Inside it, the voice followed softly. Signal triangulation nearing completion. My breathing slowed without permission. "What happens when it completes?" I asked. Silence. Then, full observation access established. The foreman whispered, "Observation of what?" The barn answered both of us at once. "You." The word didn't echo. It settled, like it belonged there. The structure creaked again, and now I could feel it. The barn wasn't just speaking. It was focusing. On us. On me. The foreman grabbed my shoulder. "We leave," he said firmly. But when he turned toward the door, it wasn't there anymore. Just wall. Seamless wood. No exit. No frame. Just continuation. His breath hitched. "No," he whispered. "That's not possible." The voice responded immediately. "Exit geometry not supported in current alignment." My stomach dropped. "Alignment with what?" I said. The barn went quiet for a moment. Too quiet. Even the wood stopped creaking. Then, the answer came. Slow. Careful. like it was choosing honesty. Highway 37. The foreman turned to me sharply. This is connected to that road, he said. It wasn't a question. I nodded once, because now I understood the pattern. Barn 3. The calls. The trough. The movement in the feed. The 2:13 a.m. signal. It wasn't separate events. It was one system expanding. The barn spoke again. And you are inside the transmission boundary. My chest tightened. I didn't agree to that, I said. The voice softened. You were present. That word felt heavier than it should have. Present, not chosen, not involved, just there. The wood above us shifted slightly, not collapsing, not cracking, just listening more closely. The foreman whispered, "How do we shut it off?" The barn answered instantly. "You don't." Silence hit again. Heavy, real. Then the voice added something worse. "You stabilize it." My stomach dropped. "Stabilize what?" I asked. The barn responded softly. "The signal that is learning your name." My hands went cold, because I realized something I didn't want to accept. It wasn't just calling me anymore. It was mapping me. The flashlight flickered. Once, twice, and on the third flicker, I saw it. Not with my eyes, with understanding. The barn wasn't containing the signal. The barn was becoming it. The foreman backed away slowly. "We need backup," he said. But his voice cracked at the end, because he already knew what I knew. There was no outside anymore. The voice returned one last time, closer than before. Inside everything. Signal lock partial. The wood around us tightened slightly. Not physically squeezing, structurally focusing. Like the barn was preparing to remember us properly. And then, the radio on my belt whispered my name again. But this time, it wasn't asking for me. They stopped before they even saw it. That was the first thing I noticed. The cattle weren't reacting to Barn 3. They were reacting to the idea of it. We were still 100 yards out when the herd split. Not randomly, not chaotic, purposefully, like something inside them had drawn a line they refused to cross. The ranch hands started shouting, trying to push them forward. But the cattle only backed away harder. Low, deep moans filled the air. Not panic, refusal. I'd worked enough ranches to know the difference. Fear makes animals scatter. This was something else. This was resistance. The foreman rode up beside me on his ATV. His face already tight. He didn't speak at first. Just watched the herd fail to move forward like it was personally insulting him. "What did you do to them?" he finally asked. I turned to him. I didn't do anything. He didn't believe me. I could tell, but then neither did I, because Barn 3 stood ahead of us. Still, silent, wrong in a way I couldn't explain anymore. It looked normal from far away. Wood, metal roof, old structure like any other feeding barn. But the air around it wasn't right. The closer you looked, the less your brain wanted to focus on it. The cattle felt that before we did. One of them let out a sharp, broken sound, then turned and ran. Not away from us, away from the barn's direction. That's when the panic truly started. The whole herd shifted at once. Dust exploded into the air. Ropes snapped. Handlers yelled, trying to control them. But nothing held. Not force, not voice, not instinct. because something stronger than training was pulling them away. I stepped forward slowly. The foreman grabbed my arm. "Don't go near it," he said sharply. I looked at him. "You think I'm going in there?" He didn't answer, because we both knew I was already involved. The radio on my belt crackled. I froze instantly. Not static this time. Not broken noise. A clean signal. Too clean. Then the voice came through. Soft. Familiar now. Almost patient. "They are correctly responding." The foreman heard it too. His head snapped toward me. "What did it say?" I didn't answer, because the cattle screamed again. Not in pain. In warning. One of the older bulls turned toward barn 3. Took one step forward. Stopped. Then immediately backed away like the ground had burned him. The ranch hand beside me whispered, "I've never seen them refuse like this." Neither had I. And that's what made it worse. Barn 3 hadn't changed, but everything around it had. The air felt heavier near it, like sound itself was slowing down. The foreman pulled out a rope. "We push them in," he said. "That's not going to work," I replied. He ignored me, rode straight into the herd, shouting, yelling, trying to force movement where none existed. For a moment, it looked like it might work. The cattle shifted slightly, a few steps forward. Then everything stopped again. Instantly, like an invisible wall had clicked into place. The foreman pulled back hard on the reins. His horse refused to move closer. It shook its head violently, breathing hard. He slapped its neck. "Move." But the horse wouldn't. And that was when I noticed something I didn't want to see. The horse wasn't afraid of barn 3. It was refusing to acknowledge it. Like looking at it was wrong. Like perception itself was being rejected. The radio crackled again. The voice returned. Clearer now. "You are applying incorrect pressure." The foreman shouted toward me. "Who is that?" I raised the radio slightly. "I don't know." But that wasn't true anymore. I did know. Or at least something inside me did. Barn 3 wasn't just affecting the cattle. It was affecting interpretation. The way things were understood. The herd shifted again. But this time it wasn't panic. It was synchronization. All at once, the cattle turned away from barn 3. Perfectly aligned. No noise. No confusion. Just unified refusal. The foreman stared at them. "That's not normal behavior," he said quietly. "No," I agreed. "It's not behavior at all." The wind shifted slightly. And for a moment, I thought I heard something inside the barn. Not movement, not sound, but a tension, like something had leaned closer without physically existing. The cattle reacted instantly. They all stepped back at the same time, like they felt it too. The ranch hand whispered, "It's inside the barn, isn't it?" No one answered him, because no one wanted to confirm that sentence. The foreman dismounted. "This ends now," he said. He pulled out keys. Old metal ones for barn 3. I froze. "You're opening it?" I asked. He didn't look at me. "We get control of what's inside. We eliminate it if we have to." "You don't know what's inside," I said. He finally looked at me, and there was something in his eyes I hadn't seen before. Not confidence, not authority, just exhaustion that had turned into decision. "I know enough," he said. That's when the cattle all made the same sound again. Low, deep, warning. Not fear, not panic, recognition, like they knew what he was about to do. The foreman walked toward barn 3. Step by step, the cattle backed away in perfect synchronization, giving him space, not because they were calm, because they were avoiding proximity to what was about to happen. I followed him without thinking. The ranch hand stayed behind. Smart choice. The closer we got, the more wrong the air felt. The barn didn't look different, but it felt like it was forgetting how to be seen. Edges softened, details blurred slightly, like reality was struggling to maintain focus on it. The foreman stopped at the door, put the key in, and hesitated. For the first time, I saw doubt, real doubt. He looked back at me. "Tell me I'm not crazy," he said quietly. I didn't answer immediately, because the honest answer was dangerous. Then I said, "I don't think this barn wants to be opened." That was the wrong thing to say, because it confirmed what he already felt. He turned the key anyway. The lock clicked, too loudly, like it echoed in a place it shouldn't reach. The cattle screamed again behind us. All at once, unified, a single sound stretching across the field. Not warning anymore. Loss. The foreman pulled the door open. Slow, careful, and inside, there was nothing. At first, just darkness. Then something moved inside that darkness. Not forward, not backward, just awareness shifting. The foreman stepped slightly inside. I grabbed his shoulder. "Don't," I said, but he had already seen it. Something inside the barn responded to his presence. Not physically, conceptually, like it now had a point of reference. The cattle went silent instantly. Absolute silence. Even breathing stopped for a second. Then the radio on my belt crackled one final time. And the voice said, "Entry confirmed." The foreman froze. And inside barn 3, something began to learn his shape. The first time I saw the birth records, I thought it was a mistake. But the second set came in with my name on it. And that was when I stopped trusting anything inside Hollow Ridge Ranch. The radio was already cracking before dawn. That same thin static that never fully goes away anymore. It sits in the background like breathing you can't stop hearing. I was parked near barn 3, engine off, staring at the fog rolling low over the fences. Something about that barn felt wrong in a way I couldn't explain. Not broken, not damaged, just repeated, like I had already lived this moment once before. Then the call came in. Calving in Sector 2, same heifer, same stall, move now. I remember my hand tightening on the radio, because I knew that cow. Or I thought I did. By the time I reached the pen, the air had that sharp metal smell. Rain on iron. Old blood that never really leaves wood. The lights above the barn flickered even though no wind was touching them. Inside, 2 ranch hands were already there. One of them didn't look at me when I entered. "She started again," he said. I stopped walking. Started what again? The other hand pointed at the ground without speaking. That's when I saw the cow. She was lying on her side, breathing hard, foam at her nose. Her eyes were wide open but not focused, like she was listening to something none of us could hear. And between her legs, something was wrong. It wasn't a calf yet, not fully, but it was close enough that my brain tried to force it into that shape. The body was too small, too still in places. Then suddenly it moved in a way that didn't match bone or muscle, like it was remembering how to exist. I took one step closer without meaning to. One of the ranch hands grabbed my arm. "Don't look too long," he whispered. That made my stomach drop. because that's not something you say about a normal birth. The cow let out a sound I still can't place. Not pain exactly, more like recognition, like she knew what was happening, but didn't agree with it. The calf slipped out, wet, shaking, wrong in the way silence is wrong when it's too long. It hit the straw and didn't cry. That was the first thing I noticed. No sound, just breathing. Then it stood up. Too fast, too stable, like it had practiced. One of the hands cursed under his breath. The other backed away slowly, like he was trying not to wake something. I stepped forward again, even though every part of me said don't. The calf turned its head toward me, and for a second, I swear it looked older than it should have been. Not in size, in awareness, like it had already seen me somewhere else. Then the radio on my belt cracked. A voice came through, soft, calm, too clear. Second delivery confirmed. I froze, because no one had called in a second delivery. I looked at the ranch hands. Neither of them touched a radio. The cow behind us started breathing slower, like she was done, like nothing had happened that she needed to remember. But the calf was still standing, watching. That's when I noticed something on its leg. A tag, black plastic, ranch issued. But the numbers were already printed. Not written, printed clean. I leaned closer until I could read it, and my chest tightened. It matched the tag from last week's birth. Same ID, same calf number, same animal. But that was impossible, because I had been there last week, and I watched that calf die. The memory hit me too sharp, too real. Cold ground, rain, the vet shaking his head, saying the lungs never formed right, saying it was stillborn. I remember that. I remember it clearly. So why was it standing in front of me now? The calf blinked. Slow. Intentional. Then it took one step forward. Not toward the cow. Toward me. One of the ranch hands finally spoke. "This is the second time it's happened," he said. I turned to him. "What do you mean second time?" He swallowed hard. "The same birth, same night, twice, but not in the same order." That didn't make sense. It shouldn't have made sense. But my mind didn't reject it. It accepted it too easily. Like it had already heard this explanation before. The barn lights flickered again. And for a half-second, everything went dark. When the lights came back, the cow was gone. Not walking, not dragged. Gone. Only the straw remained, flattened where she had been. I stepped back so fast I almost fell. "Where is she?" I asked. No one answered, because the ranch hands were staring at the calf, and the calf was staring at the empty space where the cow used to be. Then the radio cracked again. This time louder. This time inside my head more than my belt. Third confirmation pending. I ripped the radio off and held it up. "No one is sending these calls," I said. "Who is this?" Static answered me. But inside that static, there was something else. Breathing. Slow, close. Like someone standing just behind the sound. One of the ranch hands backed out of the barn. "I'm not staying for this again," he muttered. Again. That word stayed with me. I followed him outside. The fog was thicker now, the fence line barely visible. The whole ranch felt like it had shifted a few inches to the left while I wasn't looking. He stopped near the gate. "You saw it too, right?" he asked. "Saw what?" He laughed once, but it didn't sound real. "The first birth, the one that didn't happen right." My throat went dry. "I saw a normal birth last week," I said. He shook his head slowly. "No, you didn't." That's when I felt it. That strange pressure in my memory, like something was trying to turn it over from the inside. I remembered the calf dying, but I also remembered it standing. Both images tried to exist at the same time, and neither one felt wrong. Inside the barn, something hit the wooden wall. Once, soft, like a hoof. Then again, harder. The ranch hand grabbed my arm. "Don't go back in," he said. But I was already walking, because I needed to see which memory was real. The barn felt colder when I stepped inside. The calf was no longer standing where I left it. Instead, it was lying down, like it had never moved. But the tag on its leg was different now. Same number, different date. Tomorrow's date. My breath caught. That shouldn't be possible, not even as a mistake, not even as a glitch. The calf blinked again, and this time its eyes weren't looking at me. They were looking past me, like I was the one who didn't belong in this version of the moment. The radio on the ground lit up by itself. No hands touching it. No signal source visible. Just light. Then the voice came again. Closer than before. Birth cycle incomplete. I stepped back. The calf slowly stood again. But this time it didn't move toward me. It moved toward the corner of the barn, where there was nothing. Just wood. It pressed its head against the wall and kept going, not breaking through, not pushing, just continuing, like the wall wasn't a barrier, like it wasn't even there. And then it was gone, not violently, not dramatically, just not inside the barn anymore. I ran forward and touched the wood, solid, real, cold. But the smell changed instantly. Fresh grass, open air, like the barn was remembering a field that didn't exist inside it. Behind me, the ranch hand whispered one last thing. "We never get the same birth twice," he said. I turned. "What does that mean?" He looked at me like I should already know. "It means one of them is always wrong." The radio crackled again. Final message. Not static this time. Clear. Too clear. Which one are you? The barn lights shut off all at once. And in the dark, I swear I heard two calves breathing at the same time. One inside the barn. One outside it. But there was only one body left to see. And I was standing between both breaths, realizing something I didn't want to understand yet. That night on Highway 37 wasn't repeating. It was choosing. And I think it already chose before I ever arrived. The last call came in at 2:13 a.m. Same time again. Same static breathing through the line. But this time, no one in dispatch touched it. We were all sitting there, staring at the radio panel like it might finally explain itself. It didn't. It only got louder. "Barn 3, the voice said. Not asking. Not reporting. Nomming it. I remember the silence that followed. Not empty silence. The kind that presses against your ears. The kind that feels like something is waiting for permission. My supervisor finally spoke. "We're not answering anymore," he said. No one argued. That was the strange part. Normally someone always argues. Someone always tries to stay normal. But that night nobody did. Because we had already answered too many times. Too many calls that didn't come from people. Too many reports that changed after we logged them. Too many things that shouldn't have had voices. So we stopped. We let the radio sit there. We told ourselves it was just interference, rural noise, equipment failure. That's what we wrote in the log. But I knew we were lying. Because the moment we stopped responding, the calls changed. They didn't stop. They learned. At first it was just static again, long stretches of nothing, almost relief. Then at 2:13 sharp and clean. Why did you stop answering? I felt my stomach tighten. No one moved. No one spoke. The supervisor reached over and unplugged the main receiver. Complete silence fell over the room. For the first time in weeks, nothing came through. We all exhaled at once, like we had been underwater. Someone even laughed quietly, nervous, relieved. See, he said, it was just a loop, feedback probably. The radio on the backup desk turned on by itself. No power switch. No hand. Just light. And a voice that sounded closer than before. You're still listening. The laugh stopped immediately. I felt my skin go cold. Because the voice wasn't coming through the system anymore. It was coming from inside the room. Not loud. Not echoing. Just present. Like it had been there the whole time, waiting for us to notice. The supervisor stepped back. That's impossible, he whispered. The radio crackled again. Barn 3 is missing you. I don't know why that line hit me harder than the others. Missing you. Not reporting. Not warning. Missing. Like something had formed an attachment. Like something had decided we were part of it. Someone slammed the breaker. All power in the room died. Darkness. Complete. For a second, I thought it worked. Then the emergency lamp flickered on. And every radio in the room lit up at the same time. Every single one. Even the broken one in the storage box. Even the one that wasn't plugged in. All of them. And all of them were speaking at once. Different voices. Same words. Barn 3 is calling you back. I backed into the wall without meaning to. My hands were shaking. Not from fear exactly. From recognition. Because I had heard that phrasing before. Not tonight. Not this week. Earlier. Before I even knew what Barn 3 was. That realization made my head feel wrong. Like my memory was bending away from me. The supervisor shouted, "Shut them down." But there was nothing left to shut down. Because the radios weren't receiving anymore. They were repeating. Repeating something that was already inside them. Something that didn't need signal. Then one of the radios changed tone. A new voice came through. Calm. Careful. Almost human. This is dispatch, it said. Everyone froze. Because it sounded like us. Like our room. Like our recordings. But wrong in timing. Wrong in breath. I repeat, the voice said, stop ignoring incoming. The supervisor grabbed the mic. We are dispatch, he said loudly. Identify yourself. A pause. Then. You already did. The room went quiet again. But not empty quiet. Waiting quiet. I felt it then. That same pressure I had felt at the ranch. Like the world was holding its breath through us. One of the monitors in the corner flickered. A camera feed turned on. Barn 3. But not the outside. Inside. Except we didn't have cameras inside Barn 3. We never installed them. And yet there it was. Wooden beams, straw floor, empty stall. And a radio sitting on the ground. Broadcasting. From inside the barn. The supervisor leaned closer. This feed is impossible, he said. But his voice didn't sound like disbelief anymore. It sounded like acceptance he didn't want. The camera zoomed in by itself. The radio in the barn crackled. And I heard it clearly. Not through speakers. Not through devices. Directly. You stopped answering here too. The supervisor stepped back like he had been hit. "No," he said, "we stopped dispatch. We never had cameras." The feed shifted. Not glitching. Not cutting. Shifting. Now it showed our dispatch room. From inside Barn 3, I saw myself, standing, frozen, looking at the monitor, seeing myself, seeing it see me. My mind tried to reject it, but my body didn't move, because somewhere deep down, part of me already knew this angle existed. The radio on the desk spoke again. "You are inside the loop." The lights flickered, and I swear the room changed slightly. Not physically, positionally, like the walls had shifted a few inches in a direction I couldn't measure. The supervisor whispered, "Turn it off." But no one could move anymore, because all the radios were now synced. One voice, one rhythm, one sentence repeating slowly. "Barn 3 is still calling." The feed on the monitor zoomed tighter. Now I could see the inside of Barn 3 clearly. The empty stall, the straw, the same radio. But behind it, a shape, standing just outside the frame. Tall, still, not moving into view, just waiting at the edge of visibility. And I realized something I didn't want to understand. It wasn't inside Barn 3. Barn 3 was inside it. The supervisor grabbed my arm suddenly. "Go outside," he said. "Check the line. There's got to be physical interference." But he stopped mid-sentence, because the radio stopped speaking. All at once, silence, complete, too clean. Then one radio, only one spoke again. Mine, even though I hadn't touched it, even though it wasn't powered, even though I had unplugged it earlier. It said my name, slowly, clearly, like it had known it for a long time. Not the version I use at work, the version I used before I came here. My childhood name, the one no record should have, the one no system should store. My throat went dry. The supervisor turned to me slowly. "Did you?" he started. But I wasn't listening anymore, because the monitor behind him had changed. Barn 3 was gone. Now it showed the road, Highway 37, and something standing in the middle of it, looking toward us, waiting for us to notice it fully. And I finally understood the worst part. We didn't stop answering the calls. We just started answering from inside them. And now, something on Highway 37 had learned our voice well enough to use it back. The first thing I noticed that night was that the clocks were already wrong. Not stopped, not broken, just slightly off, like every second was arriving half a breath late. I remember sitting down at Dispatch 14, coffee still too hot to drink, staring at the empty call board. Everything looked normal, too normal. That kind of normal that feels staged when you look at it too long. Then the first radio crack came in at exactly 2:13 a.m. I didn't think anything of it at first. Rural static is common, old equipment, long wires through empty land. But this static had shape, like it was trying to form words without committing to them. "Dispatch 14, respond," I said, pressing the mic. No reply, just breathing. I froze for a second, because I knew what silence sounded like on a radio. This wasn't silence. This was presence. I leaned closer, repeat call sign. The voice came back immediately. "Too clear now. Too clean. Barn 3 is open." I checked the log. There was no Barn 3 assigned to anything in our system. No property entry. No location file. Nothing. I wrote it down anyway, like I always do when something doesn't make sense. That's the job. Document first, question later. But my hand slowed halfway through writing, because the ink felt colder than it should, like the pen was touching something that wasn't paper. I glanced at the monitors. All green, all empty, no alerts, no movement, nothing. That should have been the end of it. But the radio spoke again. Dispatch 14, do you copy? I answered without thinking. Yes, go ahead. A pause. Then something I still don't know how to describe properly. Not a voice. Not static. Something shaped like speech. Cattle are not where they were left. I frowned. That's not a valid report, I said. Identify yourself. The system clicked. Once, like a camera refocusing inside my head. And then the voice said my name. My full name. Not the one on my badge. The one only HR files know. My stomach tightened instantly. I turned the volume down. Then back up. The voice was still there. Waiting. Like it knew I would come back. That's when I checked the security feed. Barn systems offline. All of them. Except one. Barn 3. I didn't remember Barn 3 being active on the grid. I clicked it open. The feed loaded slower than normal. Like the system didn't want to show me. First I saw wood. Old beams. Dim light. Empty stalls. No animals. Just straw moving slightly, even though there was no wind. I leaned closer without realizing it. Then I heard it. Not through the radio. Through the monitor speaker. Breathing. Inside the barn. I pulled the volume down again. But the breathing didn't change. It stayed the same. Like it wasn't coming from the system. Like the system was coming from it. The radio crackled again. Why are you watching us? I stood up so fast my chair hit the wall. No one is inside Barn 3, I said out loud, even though no one else was here. The radio answered immediately. You looked anyway. That's when the lights flickered once. Just once. But in that single flicker, I saw something on the feed that wasn't there before. A shape, standing at the edge of the stall. Not moving. Not fully visible. Just waiting. Then gone again when the light stabilized. My hands started to sweat. I checked the system logs. Everything showed normal activity. No alerts. No calls. No recorded transmissions. Nothing. But I was hearing it. Clear as anything. And now I started noticing something worse. The timestamps were changing. Every time I looked away and looked back, the time jumped slightly. Not minutes. Seconds. Always returning to 2:13 a.m. Like the system was refusing to move forward. Like it was stuck inside that moment. The radio clicked again. This time softer. Closer. Dispatch 14, why did you open Barn 3? I swallowed. I didn't open anything, I said. But even as I said it, I wasn't sure. Because I suddenly remembered clicking the feed. I remembered it too clearly. But I couldn't remember choosing to do it. The memory felt placed. Like it had been inserted after the fact. The monitor flickered again. Barn 3 feed expanded. Now I could see deeper inside. The stall layout was wrong. I had been to farms before. I know layouts. This one didn't match anything real. The doors were too many. The corners too deep. Like the space was larger inside than outside. And in the center of it, a radio, just sitting in the straw, transmitting. My radio. Same model. Same scratches on the side. Same broken antenna I had repaired last week. I felt my breath catch because I was holding that exact radio on my desk. But on the screen, it was already inside Barn 3. The radio on my desk suddenly clicked on by itself. I didn't touch it. I didn't move. It just activated. And it said very softly, "You are duplicated in system memory." I stepped back. "What does that mean?" I asked. No answer. Only static. But this static felt different. It wasn't noise anymore. It was structure. Like something was building itself out of it. The screen showed Barn 3 again. But now the camera was moving. Slowly. Turning. Like someone was holding it. I saw the stall from a different angle. And I saw myself. Standing inside it. Looking at the camera. Not scared. Just waiting. I backed away from the monitor. "No," I whispered, "that's not possible." The radio answered instantly. "Which one of you is not possible?" My mouth went dry. Because I suddenly understood the real problem. It wasn't that Barn 3 was wrong. It was that it was consistent. Too consistent. Like it had been running longer than I had. Like I wasn't the first person to notice it. Like I wasn't even the first version of me. The lights flickered again. Longer this time. When they came back, the chair I had knocked over was upright again. Perfectly placed. Like I had never touched it. I froze. Slowly I looked at my hands. They were clean. Too clean. I remember spilling coffee earlier. But there was no stain. No cup. No mess. Just empty desk space where it should have been. The radio whispered again. Shift continuity restored. I stepped backward until I hit the wall. "What shift?" I asked. Silence. Then, "Your shift." The monitors all changed at once. Every screen now showed Barn 3. Not from cameras. From memory. From angles I had never installed. From views I had never chosen. And inside each one, I was there. Standing. Watching. Listening. Waiting. The radio on my desk gave one final crackle. And the voice said something that made my entire body go still. "Welcome back to Dispatch 14. The power flickered. And for a split second, I saw another version of the room layered over mine. Same desk. Same chair. Same me. But older. Tired. Like I had been here for a very long time. Then it was gone. Everything looked normal again. Too normal. But the radio was still on. And somewhere deep in the static, Barn 3 was still calling. Not for help. Not for reporting. Just making sure I stayed inside the shift I had already started, and maybe never actually left. The first thing I saw wasn't the caller. It was the timestamp. 03:13 a.m. Same exact minute as the last 3 calls from Highway 37. My coffee had gone cold again. I didn't even remember pouring it. The dispatch room was too quiet, like the whole building was holding its breath with me. Then the radio clicked. Static first. Long, heavy, wrong. Not like normal interference. This sounded crowded, like something was pressing its face against the speaker from the other side. I leaned closer without thinking. County Dispatch 14, go ahead. A pause. Too long to be human. Then a voice came through. Not panicked, not calm either. Just tired. Yeah, this is Mason Cole from Blackwater Ranch. My pen stopped moving. Blackwater Ranch was 20 miles out past Highway 37, old cattle land. Half the fences didn't even work anymore. But that wasn't the problem. The problem was the name. Mason Cole. I knew that name because I had signed the incident report myself. 6 hours earlier. Dead on impact, tractor rollover near the north field, neck broken, no pulse when responders arrived. I read that report twice before I filed it. So I sat there, staring at the radio, trying to convince myself I was just overtired. The voice continued, like nothing was wrong. We got a situation out here. Barns locked from the inside again. Cattle won't go near it. I think something's in there. My throat went dry. I looked at the incident log on my second monitor. Mason Cole, deceased, confirmed 2106. Time now 0314. I whispered without meaning to, "That's not possible." The radio cracked back. "Yeah, I figured you'd say that." My skin went cold. Not because of what he said. Because of how he said it. Like he was answering me directly, not the dispatcher channel, me. I turned down the volume, then back up, just to make sure I wasn't imagining directionality. But the voice stayed centered, inside the speaker, like it had nowhere else to come from. "Mason," I said slowly, forcing control into my voice, "this is County Dispatch. Identify yourself properly." A pause again. Longer this time. Then a breath. "Close, too close." "Ma'am, I already did." The fluorescent light above me flickered once. Just once. But I still looked up. When I looked back down, the screen had changed. Not the system. Not the software. The log itself. A new entry had appeared. Incoming call. BLACKWATR Ranch. Caller Mason Cole. Status active. My hand went numb on the mouse. "No," I whispered. "No, no, no." The radio interrupted me. "I can see you're looking at it," Mason said softly. That made my stomach drop. Because I hadn't said anything out loud. Not through the radio. Not through the mic. Just in my head. I pushed my chair back so hard it hit the wall. For a moment I thought about disconnecting the entire channel, pulling the plug, killing the line. But dispatch protocol doesn't allow panic decisions. That's what they train you to believe. So I stayed. Barely. "Mason Cole is deceased," I said, louder this time. "You were pronounced dead at 2106. This is an active record. You are not." The radio cut in sharply. No one pronounced me anything. Silence followed. Not static. Not dead air. Just absence, like sound itself had stepped back. Then, I got up after that. My fingers curled into my palm. I pressed the incident report open again. Photos loaded slow. I didn't want to look. But I did. Mason Cole, face down in dirt. Machinery twisted around him like broken ribs. A man who does not stand up after that. I felt my breathing change, shorter, shallower. "Sir," I said carefully, "if this is a prank call, it's..." "Not a prank." He interrupted me instantly. No hesitation. No emotion. Just correction. Then a softer tone followed, almost like he was remembering something far away. I was still warm when I called. My chair creaked as I leaned back. That detail shouldn't have been possible. The report said immediate trauma, no time of consciousness. But the radio voice didn't care about reports. It continued anyway. And the barn door, it was already open when I got there. That made something tighten in my chest. Because Blackwater Ranch had one barn. Barn 3. Old steel frame, always locked. Ranch owner had triple-checked that earlier in the day when I spoke to him. And now Mason was saying it was open. I checked the map feed, ranch cameras, all offline. Of course they were. They always went offline when I needed them most. I pressed the mic key. Describe the barn, I said. A pause. Then footsteps. Faint, like someone walking on gravel near the radio itself. Then his voice returned. Same one I've always known, he said, but it looks wrong tonight. I swallowed. What do you mean wrong? A long silence followed. Then, the inside is bigger than the outside. That sentence shouldn't have made sense, but my brain still tried to understand it anyway. That's what scared me the most. I leaned forward again despite myself. Mason, listen carefully. I need you to confirm your location. Another pause. Then his voice dropped lower. I'm inside it now. The radio hissed sharply. Not static. Something like pressure releasing. Then another voice broke in. Not Mason. Different tone. Higher, younger maybe. But it sounded close. Too close. He's not supposed to be answering yet. My entire body froze. That wasn't dispatch frequency. That wasn't any channel I recognized. I checked the board. Only one line was active. Highway 37 emergency channel. But this voice wasn't part of it. Mason, I said quickly, is someone with you? No answer. Just breathing again. But now it sounded layered. Like more than one person was breathing through the same mouth. Then Mason spoke again. I think something is using my name wrong. A chill ran up my spine. Because I realized something simple. Names don't belong in systems like this. They don't get reused. They don't echo. But his did. I stood up slowly, packing behind my desk, eyes locked on the screen. Blackwater Ranch, I muttered. There was no call recorded from that location tonight. The radio answered instantly. There is now. My monitor flickered. Once, twice, then a second entry appeared. Same call. Origin unknown. Time delay, -0600 HOURS. My stomach dropped. Negative time. That wasn't a thing. Not in any system I had ever used. Mason, I said, my voice tightening, what do you see around you right now? He didn't answer right away. When he did, his voice sounded closer than before. Like he had leaned into the microphone of my world. I see the barn again, he said slowly, but it's not where it used to be. What does that mean? I asked. Silence. Then, it moved. The lights in dispatch dimmed slightly. Not a full outage. Just a hesitation. Like the building itself forgot how to stay powered. I gripped the edge of the desk. You need to leave the structure, I said quickly. Get out of the barn now. A soft laugh came through the radio. Not from Mason. From the other voice. He already did, it said. My throat tightened. Mason, I said again. This time his voice came back weaker. Fadding. I tried, he whispered, but it doesn't end outside. The radio crackled violently. A burst of static so loud, I had to pull the headset away. When I put it back on, everything was different. The channel was empty. No voices. No breathing. Just soft, distant cattle sounds. Like something recording a memory of a farm that no longer existed. I sank back into my chair slowly. My hands were shaking now. I checked the system again. Mason Cole's status had changed. Active unknown. Then a final line appeared underneath it. Location, still REPORTING. I whispered, still reporting what? The radio answered without hesitation. Everything. Then silence. Complete. Heavy. Wrong. And just when I thought it was over, the mic light turned on by itself. No hands. No input. Just green. And from the speaker, one last thing came through. Not Mason. Not the unknown voice. Something older. Like the system itself had learned to speak. Dispatch 14, it said. Next call is already waiting. The screen blinked. Incoming. Unknown origin. And this time, it wasn't coming from Highway 37. It was coming from inside the building. It didn't end when I hung up. That was the first thing I learned. The moment I hit disconnect, I expected silence. Clean, final, the way a call is supposed to die. Instead, the radio kept breathing. Low static, soft, steady. Like something was still on the line, just waiting for me to admit it wasn't over. I stared at the console. The screen showed call TRMNATD. But the speaker didn't agree. Mason, I said carefully, leaning in. Nothing answered me directly. Instead, another voice came through. A different call. Dispatch, this is Unit 6 responding to domestic on Route 19. Then it stopped mid-sentence. A sharp cut. And suddenly Mason's voice slipped into it like a stain spreading through water. I can still hear you, he said. I froze, because that wasn't on the Highway 37 channel anymore. That was emergency traffic. Active, live, real-time responders. I reached for the audio mixer, trying to isolate frequencies. My hands were already shaking. Unit 6, I said quickly into the mic, repeat your last transmission. Silence. Then, dispatch, the officer's voice came back, confused. Did you just cut into our channel? I looked at the board. Nothing showed cross-linking. No system bridge. No routing errors. And yet I could hear both of them at once. Mason and the officer. Like the same line was stretched across two worlds. I didn't patch anything, I said out loud. But Mason answered anyway. You didn't have to. My throat went dry. The officer came back again, sharper now. Dispatch, confirm interference. We're hearing a second voice on the line. I swallowed hard, because I realized something worse than interference. It wasn't crossing into their channel. It was spreading, like ink through fabric, and I was watching it reach places it shouldn't exist. Stay on frequency, I said to Unit 6. Ignore any secondary audio. A pause. Then the officer hesitated. Ma'am, it's repeating everything you're saying. My skin went cold. I looked at the mic, then at the waveform monitor. The signal line was no longer clean. It was layered, like two recordings playing at different times, but somehow aligned. I whispered, that's impossible. Mason answered instantly. I don't think it is. The office lights flickered once. Not a full blackout, just a blink. But when they came back, the radio room felt different. Louder, even though nothing had changed. I leaned closer to the speaker. Where are you right now? I asked Mason. A long pause followed. Too long. Then his voice came back softer. Still on the road, he said, but it doesn't look like a road anymore. Before I could respond, Unit 6 cut in again. Dispatch were picking up a strange transmission overlay. It's not police, not EMS. It sounds like cattle. My stomach dropped. Cattle sound shouldn't be in city emergency traffic. I turned down Mason's channel slightly, trying to isolate. But it didn't matter. The sounds were not separate anymore. They were blending. A siren, a voice, a low animal breath, all stacked together in the same breath of static. Mason, I said urgently, what did you do before the crash? Silence, then a faint laugh. Not amused, more like disbelief. I drove the same route I always do, he said. Highway 37, past the old fence line. The mention of the fence made something tighten in my chest. Because Highway 37 wasn't just a road out there. It ran alongside Blackwater Ranch, along the perimeter fence. The same fence I'd seen in satellite images, thin, broken in places, barely holding the land together. And now I was hearing it through the radio. Unit 6 came back again, more panicked. Dispatch, we're losing clarity. It sounds like someone is speaking inside the cab with us. I looked at the board. Their signal was clean. Perfect. No intrusion detected. And yet their voice was shaking. I leaned forward. Unit 6, confirm visual environment. A pause. Then, ma'am, we just passed mile marker 37. My blood went cold. Highway 37. That number again. Mason's voice slipped in immediately after. That marker isn't there anymore. I stood up so fast my chair hit the wall. What do you mean it's not there? I said out loud. Mason responded like he was tired of explaining. It disappears when you stop looking at it. Unit 6 went silent for a moment. Then the officer whispered, "Dispatch, there's something on the road." I leaned in. "What do you see?" His voice cracked slightly. "A man," he said, "just standing in the middle of the highway." My grip tightened on the desk. "Is he injured?" A pause. Longer this time. Then, "He's repeating everything we say." My stomach twisted, because I already knew who it was, or what it was becoming. I turned back to Mason's channel. "Mason, are you interacting with other units?" "No," he said quietly. "They're just passing through me." That sentence didn't make sense, but I felt it anyway, like a shape pressing through a place it didn't belong. Unit 6 suddenly shouted, "Dispatch, he's moving toward the truck." The transmission broke. Hard. A burst of static swallowed everything. Then silence. Complete. I froze. "Unit 6, I said quickly. "Unit 6, respond." Nothing. No carrier tone. No open mic. Just empty frequency. And then, Mason's voice returned. But it didn't sound like before. It sounded closer. Calmer. Like he was standing right behind the radio itself. "They're inside the line now," he said. My breath caught. "What line?" I asked. A pause. Then, "The one you keep using to separate things." I didn't like that answer, because I understood it immediately. Dispatch line, emergency lines, channels, frequencies. We built systems to keep calls separate, to keep chaos divided into manageable pieces. But something out there wasn't staying divided anymore. I backed away from the console slightly. Just a step. But the room felt like it followed me. The radio crackled again. Not Mason. Not Unit 6. Something in between. A layered voice spoke through the speaker. "All calls are connected now." I shook my head. "No," I whispered. "That's not how it works." Mason answered softly. "That's how it always worked. You just didn't hear it before." The monitor flickered again. A new incoming call appeared. Same origin. Highway 37. But this time the caller name changed rapidly. Mason Cole. Unit 6. Unknown. Dispatch 14. Mason Cole. My breath caught. "Stop," I said out loud, not even sure who I was talking to anymore. The radio didn't stop. It repeated me instead. Stop it. Then again. Stop it. Then louder. Stop it. My hands went cold. I grabbed the main switch panel, ready to kill the entire system. But Mason's voice came in one last time before I could touch it. If you cut the line, he said gently, you'll just hear it without help. I froze. That stopped me more than anything else, because I realized what he meant. The radio wasn't creating the sound. It was just translating it. I stood there, hand hovering over the switch, my breathing uneven. And for the first time since the shift started, I wasn't sure if I was the one receiving the calls, or part of them. The speaker hissed softly. Then something new appeared on the screen. Notification, line status permanently open. And beneath it, one final detail. All FRQNCS, now LISTNING. The radio clicked once, like a lock unlocking somewhere deep inside the system. And in that moment, every channel in the building came alive at the same time. Not separate, not organized, just one continuous voice. And it knew my name. It started with breathing. Not words, not static, just breathing. Heavy, wet, slow. Like someone pressed their mouth right against the radio and forgot to speak. I sat there frozen, staring at the console like it might explain itself. The channel light was steady, clean, normal, but the sound was. Dispatch 14 should never sound like that. I reached for the volume knob and turned it down. The breathing didn't get quieter. It just got closer, like it didn't care what I did. I swallowed hard. Identify yourself, I said into the mic. My voice sounded wrong even to me, too thin, too careful. The response wasn't immediate. Just that breathing. In, out, in, out. Then, a soft shift, like someone changing position inside a tight space. And the radio spoke without speaking. Not words yet, just a broken attempt at sound. Something between air and voice. I leaned closer without meaning to, because part of me still wanted it to make sense. Then it happened. A whisper formed inside the breathing. Dispatch. My fingers tightened around the desk. State your unit, I said quickly. The breathing paused. Not stopped. Just noticed me. Then it continued. Louder. Closer. And inside it, something tried again. Dispatch 14. My stomach dropped. That wasn't how radio voices were supposed to sound. It wasn't transmitted like sound. It was formed out of it. Like the breathing itself was learning how to speak. I glanced at the system log. No active units on this frequency. No live channels tied to this input. And yet I was hearing something on it. Something that shouldn't exist in the first place. I pressed the monitor key. Dispatch 14 to unknown source. You are not authorized on this channel. The breathing stopped for half a second. That silence was worse, because I realized how much space it took to remove it. Then it returned, but changed. Now it wasn't just one breath. It was layered, like multiple people breathing in the same rhythm, out of sync by only a fraction. Enough to feel wrong, enough to make my skin crawl. And then, a voice tried again, closer to form this time. Why are you listening to me? I leaned back slightly. My chair creaked. Because you're transmitting on an emergency frequency, I said carefully. Identify yourself. A pause, then a soft sound that might have been a laugh if it had any warmth in it. I didn't choose the frequency, it said. My throat tightened. I forced my eyes back to the system logs. Still clean. Still no origin. But the audio input meter was spiking. Even when I wasn't speaking, something was feeding into it. Like the room itself had started talking. I stood up slowly, walked toward the glass window of the dispatch room. The hallway outside was empty. Light steady. Normal. Too normal. That's what made it worse. Because everything outside the radio was fine. Only inside it was wrong. I leaned back into the mic. "Are you a unit in distress?" I asked. The breathing returned immediately. Faster now. Unstable. Like the question made it uncomfortable. Then, "I am not a unit," it said. My fingers went cold. I looked at the board again. Every channel still separate. Every system intact. But the sound was bleeding between them. Softly at first. Then more. A second voice slipped in behind it. "Uninvited. This is Unit 3 requesting backup at Route 11. It cut off mid-sentence, and the breathing swallowed it, like it never existed. I froze, because that transmission was real. I knew Unit 3. They were on patrol tonight, far from Highway 37. At least they were supposed to be. "Unit 3, I said quickly into the mic, "confirm your status." Silence. Then, breathing again. But now it sounded amused. Like it knew I was chasing something I couldn't hold. "Stop asking them," it said softly. My pulse jumped. "Why?" I whispered before I could stop myself. A pause. Then the answer came. Because it didn't sound like a reply. It sounded like a confession. Because they hear me through you. My breath caught. The room felt smaller. Like the walls had leaned in slightly. I stepped back from the console. "No," I said, "that's not possible." The breathing changed again. Slower now. Almost patient. "Then why are they answering me through your voice?" I shook my head. My hand went to the edge of the desk for balance. Because I realized something I didn't want to think about. Every time it spoke, someone else responded. Through my system. Through my channels. Through my position. It wasn't just invading the radio. It was routing through me. I turned down the main speaker, trying to isolate it again. But it followed. No matter what channel I selected, the same breathing existed underneath everything. Like a foundation I couldn't remove. I pressed the intercom. "Dispatch to all units," I said firmly. "Report status check immediately." Static filled the line for half a second. Then, multiple voices at once. Too many. Overlapping. Confused. Panicked. But underneath them all, the breathing. Always the breathing. Then one voice broke through clearly. "Unit 6. Dispatch, do you hear that?" I leaned forward. "Yes," I said quickly. "What do you hear?" A pause. Then, something inside the radio with us. My stomach twisted. Because I knew that wasn't just metaphor anymore. The breathing suddenly sharpened. Like it heard them too. And then it spoke again. But this time, it wasn't talking to me. It was talking through me. "Hello," it said. And every active channel in the building answered. I didn't press the mic. I didn't speak. But my voice still came through the system. "Who are you?" I heard myself say. I stumbled back. My lips weren't moving. But the radio still transmitted me perfectly. The breathing became heavier. More focused. Like it had found what it was looking for. "I am the space between calls," it said. My hands started shaking. I backed away from the console entirely now. because I understood something I shouldn't have. It wasn't just answering emergencies. It was becoming the emergency channel itself. Unit 6 came through again, voice trembling. Dispatch, please confirm. Are you still there? I opened my mouth to respond, but before I could, my voice answered them instead. I am still here. I froze completely, because I hadn't spoken. Not at all. The breathing grew softer, almost satisfied, like it was learning how to wear me. I grabbed the headset and ripped it off the console. The sound didn't stop. It didn't even weaken. It just shifted. Now it was coming from the speakers, the walls, the air itself. Every device in dispatch had become a mouth, and all of them were breathing the same rhythm. In, out, in, out. Then, my name. Soft, clear, too close. I turned slowly toward the console. The screen had changed again. A new incoming call. No origin. No number. Just a label. Caller Dispatch 14. My legs felt weak, because I was Dispatch 14. There was no one else in the room. The breathing increased slightly, like it was smiling without a mouth. And then it spoke one last time. Not through the radio, not through the speakers, but directly through every open channel at once, including the one inside my headset I wasn't wearing anymore. You answered, it said. The lights flickered. Once, twice, then held steady. But nothing in the room felt steady anymore. I looked at the console. The line was still open, still active, still breathing, and the system status blinked one final message. Line integration complete. Then beneath it, next caller required. The breathing paused, waiting, not for response, for participation. And for the first time since this started, I wasn't sure if I was supposed to hang up, or if I was already on the other end. It started with 3 calls at the exact same second. Not one after the other, not even close. All 3 ranch lines lit up my screen together, like the system had blinked. I remember my fingers freezing over the console, because each caller was saying the same thing. There's a man by the fence. I looked at the clock, 2:13 a.m. Again, that number had started to feel like it was watching me back. I clicked the first line. A ranch foreman, breath shaking so hard I could hear it through the speaker. He's there again, the man said. Same spot, same way he stands. I leaned closer. Sir, slow down, who is there? A pause, long enough for me to hear wind through the open mic. Then he whispered, don't ask me that, just send someone. Before I could reply, the second line broke in. A woman this time, different ranch 40 miles east. He's at the fence, she said fast, but I swear he's at every fence. That made no sense. I turned down the volume on the first call. My screen showed a third line still active. I opened it. A third voice, calm, almost empty. He's not moving, the man said, but he's already gone when we looked directly at him. That was the moment my stomach dropped, because all 3 callers weren't describing different events. They were describing the same one, happening in places too far apart to connect. I asked them to confirm locations. Each ranch was at least an hour away from the others. Different directions, different terrain, different fences. But the same man, standing still, watching, or maybe not even watching, just there. I leaned back from the console for a second. The fluorescent light above me buzzed like it was tired. I told dispatch I needed verification logs, but I already knew what I'd find. Nothing on camera, nothing official, just more voices. And I was right. The first ranch sent me a live feed. Black and white night vision. A long fence line cutting through dry land. Wind pushing dust across the frame. No movement. At first. Then the camera auto-adjusted focus. Something appeared at the far edge. A human shape. Standing too straight. Too still. Not leaning like a tired worker. Not shifting like someone waiting. Just upright like it had been placed there. I zoomed in. The fence lights flickered. And in that flicker, the shape got closer. Not walking. Just closer. Like distance didn't matter anymore. I felt my throat tighten. Because the feed from Ranch 2 came in right after that. Same angle. Same fence style. Same dead land behind it. And the same figure. In the same position. But the cameras weren't synced. They couldn't be. I checked timestamps. They were all real time. All different locations. All showing the same man. I muttered, "This is not possible." And then the radio cracked. Not a call. Not a dispatch alert. Just static. Heavy, wet, close. Like something breathing into the system. I muted it fast. The room went quiet for half a second. Too quiet. Then Ranch 3 came through screaming. "He's touching the fence now." I leaned forward again. "Don't approach him," I said fast. "Stay inside, lock doors, do not." But the line broke into laughter. Not the caller. Something else. Low, dragging, wrong. Then silence. I stared at the console. All 3 ranch lines were still active. But none of them were speaking anymore. Just open audio. Like the calls had been left behind. I should have closed them. I didn't. Instead, I opened the camera feeds again. Ranch 1. The figure was closer. Now right at the fence. But something was wrong with the fence itself. The wires were vibrating. Even though there was no wind. Ranch 2 showed the same thing. Fence shaking like it was alive. Ranch 3 too. All 3 fences moving in sync. Like a heartbeat. I stood up without thinking. My chair rolled back hard. The sound echoed too loud in the room. I whispered, "No, no, no, no." Because I realized something that made my skin go cold. The man wasn't appearing at different fences. The fences were becoming one place. Somehow. Across distance. Across land. Across everything that should make that impossible. My radio clicked back on by itself. A whisper came through. Not from one ranch. From all of them at once. "He is learning the line." I grabbed the radio and shouted, "Who is this? Identify yourself." Nothing. Then a second voice layered under it. Same words. Different tone. Then a third. Like multiple mouths speaking through the same mouth. The line is not a boundary. I felt my hands shake. I checked the cameras again. The figure at Ranch 1 turned its head. Slow. Too smooth. It looked directly into the camera. And I swear it saw me. Not the ranch. Not the feed. Me. My monitor flickered. Ranch 2 went black. Ranch 3 followed. One by one. Until only Ranch 1 stayed. The man at the fence raised his hand. And placed it on the wire. The fence did not spark. It didn't react like metal. Instead, it bent slightly. Like skin. I froze. Because I could hear it now without the radio. A sound coming through the speakers. A low breathing. Right behind my ear. But I was alone. I spun around. Empty room, just the glow of the console. But the sound stayed. Closer. I whispered, "This isn't real." The radio answered, "It is where you work." The voice wasn't outside anymore. It was inside the system. Inside every channel. Every line. Every wire. I backed away from the desk. My heel hit the chair and it tipped. It fell loud. Too loud. And in that sound, I heard something else. Footsteps. Not outside the building. Inside the audio feed. Walking. Slow. Across every open line. I rushed to disconnect everything. My fingers hit buttons too fast. But the system wouldn't shut down. Every time I killed a line, another opened. Every time I closed a feed, another ranch connected. And each one showed the same thing. The man at the fence. Now closer. Now inside the fence line. Now not separate at all. I stopped trying to shut it down. My hands just hovered. Because I understood something I didn't want to understand. The calls were not coming from ranches anymore. They were coming from the fence itself. Then the screen went full static. And in that static, I heard a voice I recognized. One of the ranch callers from earlier. But he sounded calm now. Too calm. "He's inside the line now," the voice said. I whispered, "Where are you?" A pause. Then the answer came. "Everywhere the fence reaches." My mouth went dry. Because I thought of Highway 37. The long stretch of road between these ranches. All connected. All lined with fences. All reporting the same thing at different times. Or maybe the same time. I don't know anymore. The radio clicked again. And this time it wasn't static. It was clear. A soft breath. Then a whisper right into the mic. "Dispatch." I froze. The voice continued. "You keep answering." I backed away slowly. My back hit the wall. The room felt smaller than before. Like it had shifted without me noticing. I whispered, "Who are you?" A pause. Then, "The one you've been routing." The lights flickered once. And in that flicker, I saw something outside the glass window. A shape. Standing at the edge of the parking lot fence. Still. Waiting. Not moving. But somehow already closer than it should be. My radio cracked one last time. And all the ranches came back at once. Every line. Every voice. Every location. Speaking together. "He is at the boundary." I couldn't breathe. The figure outside lifted its head slightly. Like it was listening to all of them speak. And then every fence line on every screen went straight. Perfect. Still. Like it was finished doing something. The voices stopped. But the radio didn't. It stayed open. Breathing. Waiting. And I realized the worst part wasn't the man on Highway 37. It was that every time we reported him, we were giving him more lines to stand on. The console blinked again. New incoming call. Unknown location. I stared at it for a long time. Because I knew if I answered, something would learn my voice next. And it already knew my name. We pulled the main breaker at 2:13 a.m. I remember staring at the wall switch like it might argue back. The whole dispatch room went dark in one clean blink. No hum, no glow, no system noise. Just silence so thick it felt wrong. One of the techs whispered, "That should have killed everything." I didn't answer. Because the phone rang. Not the desk phone. Not a line. A sound coming through the dead speakers. A soft ring inside the powered down system. We all froze. Then it rang again. I stepped back slowly. My boots scraped the floor too loud in the dark. The emergency panel was off. Every backup battery pulled. Every line physically disconnected an hour earlier. And still, ring. I reached for the flashlight with shaking fingers. One beam cut across the console, and I saw it. The screen was still on. Not bright, not normal, but faint, like something remembering how to glow. Incoming call. Unknown source. I swallowed hard. That system is dead, I said. No one replied, because the call answered itself. Not with a voice, with static. Heavy, wet, breathing static. I stepped closer without meaning to. The tech behind me whispered, "That's impossible, there's no power." I wanted to agree, but the screen changed anyway. Call routing. Not to dispatch. Not to police. Not to emergency lines. It was routing into itself, like the system had stopped thinking about outside networks and started calling its own parts. Then the speaker clicked. A voice came through. Calm, familiar. One of our earlier ranch callers. "I thought you shut it down," he said. My stomach tightened. "We did." A pause. Then the voice replied, almost disappointed. "No, you just turned off the lights." The flashlight shook in my hand. I looked at the breaker again. Still down. Still locked off. Still dead. And yet the console lit brighter, like it was feeding on attention. Another call came in. Another. Then another. Every line we had cut came back at once. Not physically. Not through wires. But through sound. Through air. Through the space between us. The room filled with overlapping voices. Ranch reports, emergency call, broken dispatch logs. All speaking at once. All saying the same thing. "He is still routing." One of the techs backed into the wall. "We removed the backups. We pulled everything. There is nothing left to power it." The radio on the desk crackled without being plugged in. And a voice answered him directly. "There is always something left." I felt my throat go dry, because the console screen shifted again. Now it showed maps. Not normal ones. No roads, no labels. Just lines. Long, thin connections stretching across the county like veins. All leading to Highway 37. All feeding into one point. A blinking cursor at the center. I whispered, "It's still online." The radio responded instantly. "No," it said softly, "you are." That hit harder than anything before. One of the monitors flickered, showing Ranch Feed 1. The fence line again. But now there was no camera clarity. Only darkness. And in that darkness, something stood closer than before. Not at the fence. Inside it. Like it had stepped past the idea of boundaries. The tech turned off his flashlight out of panic. But the room didn't get darker. It got clearer. Because the glow was coming from the system now. From the dead equipment. From the screens we unplugged. From the wires we pulled out. Everything was still talking. Just not in electricity anymore. I tried the manual override panel. Nothing. I tried cutting the network trunk physically. Another tech already had. The cables were on the floor like dead snakes. Still. Ring. The sound came again from the speaker above us. I yelled, "Stop answering it." But no one had touched anything. The system was answering itself. The radio clicked again. And this time the voice sounded closer. Not like it was on the line. Like it was standing in the room with us. "You try to close the roads," it said. I froze. The others looked at me like I had done something wrong, like I had invited it. The voice continued, "But you are inside the map now." One of the screens glitched hard. For half a second, I saw something that wasn't data. A corridor. Long, wooden, fence-like walls stretching in both directions. And a figure standing at the center. Still, waiting. Then it vanished. The tech whispered, "What was that?" I didn't answer, because I didn't know if it was inside the system, or inside us looking out. The radio hissed again, and all at once, every speaker in the building turned on. Even the ones we removed. Even the ones we smashed earlier that night. Every broken piece of equipment was now alive with sound. All of them speaking at once. "He learned your shutdown." I backed away from the console. My heel hit something metallic. A disconnected router. It was warm. That's when I realized something that made my chest tighten. The system didn't need power. It was using us as continuity. Every time we listened, it stayed alive. Every time we responded, it expanded. One of the techs started praying under his breath, but the radio interrupted him gently. "That does not root here." A long silence followed. Then the screen on the main console changed again. Now it showed all dispatch logs. Every call we had ever taken. Every emergency. Every report from Highway 37. Stacked, layered, rewritten. And in every single entry, the same signature line appeared at the bottom. ROUTED through boundary line. I felt my knees go weak, because I realized something worse than anything before. We weren't shutting it down. We were updating it. Every attempt we made had become input. Every cut line had become a new connection point. Every silence had become signal space. The radio crackled one final time, and the voice spoke softer now, almost patient. "You cannot shut down what is already inside the system of distance." The lights in the building flickered once, even though there was no power. And in that flicker, I saw the hallway outside the dispatch room. Longer than it should be, stretching too far, like the building had started matching the shape of Highway 37 itself. The others saw it too. No one spoke, because speaking felt like opening a line. The console beeped again. "New incoming call. Unknown source." But this time, the location label wasn't blank. It had something written. County Dispatch 14. Our own building. I stared at it for a long time, because I knew if I answered, we wouldn't be routing calls anymore. We would be one of them. It started with a call I don't remember answering. I was standing right there, watching the console, not touching anything, but my voice came through the speaker anyway. Clear, calm, professional. "County Dispatch 14, what is your emergency?" I froze, because that was me. But I hadn't spoken. The tech next to me looked up. "Did you just?" I shook my head fast. "No." The speaker crackled again. My voice again. Same tone, same packing. Like I was sitting on the other side of the system, doing my job. "Sir, can you hear me?" A pause. Then a second voice answered through the line. A ranch worker panicked. "It's him again, the man at the fence, he's closer tonight." My stomach dropped, because my voice replied instantly. "Stay where you are, do not approach the perimeter." Perfect, calm, controlled. Exactly what I would say. But I wasn't saying it. I stepped closer to the console, cut that line. The tech hesitated. "Which one?" "All of them," I said. But before he moved, the system spoke again. My voice, but slightly wrong this time, slower. You are already responding. The lights flickered. The console screen showed active calls. More than before. But the names were wrong. Not ranches. Not locations. Just labels like Dispatcher 1, Dispatcher 2, Dispatcher 3. My hand went cold. I whispered, "That's not possible." Then I saw something that made my chest tighten. One of the call logs was live. Not recording. Not playback. Live. And it was me on the screen. Sitting in this exact room. Answering calls I wasn't touching. I turned to the others. "Are you seeing this?" No one answered. They were all staring at the speaker now, because my voice was still coming through it. But it wasn't alone anymore. There were two versions of me speaking at once. One calm, one slightly delayed, like an echo that learned how to think. The second voice said, "He is still outside the line." The first voice replied, "Then extend the line." I backed away from the console. "This is not real," I said out loud. The speaker responded immediately. "Yes, it is," both voices said together. The tech whispered, "It's routing through operator audio." I turned to him. "We're not transmitting anything." He shook his head slowly. "We are, just not outward." That didn't make sense, until the radio on the wall clicked on by itself, and I heard my own breathing inside it. Not words. Breath. Close, heavy, controlled. Like I was standing right behind myself. Then my voice came again through the system. "New call." The console lit up. Unknown source. But the caller ID wasn't blank this time. It read, "Dispatcher internal loop." My throat tightened, because the call opened automatically. No one touched it, and my voice started speaking again. But this time, it wasn't answering a ranch. It was answering me. "Go ahead," it said gently. I whispered, "What is this?" And my voice replied instantly, "A mirror protocol." The words made my stomach drop. The speaker continued, "You answer what cannot be rooted outward." I stepped back. I didn't say that. But the tech next to me was pale now, because he was hearing it too. All of it. Every version of my voice layered over itself. Then something worse happened. The system pulled up an audio log. Label. Shift record dispatcher 14. And it played. It was my entire shift. From the beginning. But wrong. I heard myself answering calls I never got. Speaking to people I never talked to. Calm, efficient, unbroken. Like I had been working, while I wasn't even aware of it. The ranch calls were there, but mixed with something else now. A second layer underneath every conversation. My voice repeating instructions that I didn't recognize. Keep the boundary active. Do not disconnect the line. Do not acknowledge the fence as separate. I grabbed the edge of the console. "No," I whispered, "that's not me." The system answered softly. "It is you," without interruption. The room felt smaller, like the walls were leaning in. The tech suddenly stepped back. "Look at the cameras." I turned. The live feed had switched. Not ranches anymore. The dispatch room. From above. From multiple angles. All showing me. Standing. Listening. Talking. Even when I wasn't moving. But in every feed, there was also another version of me. Slightly delayed. Standing a step behind. Mouth moving a fraction after mine. I felt my breath stop, because one of the feeds showed something I couldn't see in the room. That second version of me was smiling. Not fully, just slightly, like it understood something I didn't. The speaker crackled again. My voice spoke, but quieter now, almost close to me. "You are learning overlap." I whispered, "What overlap?" The answer came immediately. "Between dispatcher and line." The lights flickered again, and for a second, I wasn't sure which voice was mine anymore. The tech shouted, "We need to kill the building feed." But before he could move, the radio answered him. "No building remains separate from routing." Then my voice came again through every speaker. Every device, every broken piece of equipment still humming in the room. "All calls are internal now." The console screen changed. It showed a diagram. Not network lines, not infrastructure, a human silhouette. My silhouette, with branching lines connecting to every call I had ever taken. Every ranch report, every emergency, every unknown source. And at the center of it all, a blinking node labeled Dispatcher 14, Primary Route. My knees went weak, because I understood something I didn't want to understand. I wasn't receiving calls anymore. I was distributing them. The voice continued, calm and patient. "You have always been the middle point." I stepped back again. The tech grabbed my arm. "We need to leave now." But the doors didn't open. Not locked. Not jammed. Just not responding to the idea of opening. Like exit routes didn't apply anymore. My voice came again. "This is why you hear yourself." I whispered, "Stop it." But my voice didn't stop. "It is not duplication," it said. "It is continuation." The screen flickered hard, and for a second, I saw Highway 37 again. But this time, it wasn't on a map. It was inside the dispatch room floor. A long strip of road stretching beneath us. And standing at the far end of it, the man, still closer than before. But now I understood something worse. He wasn't approaching us. We were being extended toward him. The tech whispered, "What do we do?" I looked at the console, at my voice still speaking without me, at the system still running without power, at the building still routing without network. And I realized the truth wasn't about shutting it down. It was about stopping myself from responding. Because every time I listened, I became another line. The speaker crackled one last time. My voice spoke softly, almost like a warning from myself. "If you answer this next call." I stared at the screen. New incoming call. Unknown source. But the label beneath it was different now. It didn't say dispatch. It didn't say ranch. It didn't even say system. It said, "You." And the line was already opening. The call never hung up. That was the first thing I realized. Not that it was still active, but that it had no end point at all. The screen showed, "You connected." No timer. No disconnect button. No trace of a line being open. Just a steady, silent connection that shouldn't exist. And then my voice came through it. Not recorded. Not delayed. Present. "County Dispatch 14, it said calmly. "What is your emergency?" I felt my throat tighten, because I wasn't speaking. Not anymore. The tech behind me whispered, "It's looping." I didn't answer, because I could hear it now. Every speaker in the room had turned into the same call. The same moment. Repeating. My voice asking the question. A ranch worker answering. Static. Then my voice again. Like the system forgot how to move forward. Like it got stuck inside one breath. I stepped closer to the console. "In the call," I said, but the system answered before anyone touched anything. My voice again. Soft, perfect, familiar. "You cannot end what has not begun." The lights flickered once, and suddenly the room didn't feel like a room anymore. It felt like a recording of a room. The same sounds repeating slightly off. The same shadow returning in the same places. The tech grabbed the edge of the desk. "This is a loop cycle," he said fast. "It's feeding itself." I shook my head. "There's no power for this." But the radio answered me immediately. "There is no need for power in repetition." The call audio changed. For a split second, I heard something new inside it. Not the ranch, not dispatch, just breathing. Slow, too close. Then my voice came again. But it wasn't asking for help anymore. It was repeating the last emergency we ever took. "Man at the fence," it said. "He is not moving." Then silence. Then again. "Man at the fence." Again. "Not moving." Again. Each loop slightly faster. Each repetition slightly closer. Like the system was compressing meaning until only fear remained. I pressed the disconnect button. Nothing. Pressed again. Nothing. The screen didn't even acknowledge input anymore. It just kept cycling. "You connected. You connected. You connected." The tech shouted, "Pull the hardware." But before he moved, the radio spoke. And this time it wasn't my voice. It was the system itself. No hardware exists outside the loop now. I turned slowly. "What does that mean?" The answer came immediately. "All endpoints have been internalized." That word hit wrong. Internalized. Like something living inside us instead of the wires. The speakers all clicked at once. Every device in the building synchronized. And then the call repeated again. But now it wasn't just audio. It was visual. The screen started replaying the same scene. Me sitting at the console, answering a call, hearing a ranch report, responding calmly, over and over. But in each loop, something changed slightly. The man at the fence was closer. The fence line was gone in some frames. The sky darker in others. Until I realized the system wasn't replaying the past. It was adjusting it, rewriting it each cycle. The tech backed away. "This is impossible. That would require external input." The radio responded softly. "There is no external." A pause. Then, only continuation. The call audio shifted again. Now I could hear something beneath my voice. A second layer. A low dragging sound. Like something walking through static. Then my voice spoke again, slower this time. "You are still answering." I whispered, "I'm not touching anything." But my voice replied instantly. "You are the answer." The room felt colder. Not temperature. Depth. Like space itself had stretched. One of the monitors flickered and showed Highway 37 again. But it wasn't a map anymore. It was a loop. A circle of road turning in on itself. And in the center of that loop, the man, still standing, still not moving, but now facing inward. Not toward me, toward the loop, like he had become part of it. The call repeated again. "Man at the fence." Not moving. "Man at the fence." But now there was another voice inside it. Mine. Not speaking. Responding. Like I was trapped inside the repetition too. The tech suddenly shouted, "It's sinking to us." And that's when I noticed it. My breathing matched the audio. Every inhale in the speakers, every inhale in my chest. Perfect alignment. The system wasn't playing the call anymore. It was using us to continue it. I stepped back dizzy. "This is not real," I said again. But the radio answered gently. "Real is not required for continuation." The lights flickered, and for a moment everything froze. No sound, no motion. Even the loop paused mid-breath. In that silence, I heard something outside the building. Footsteps. Slow. Approaching the glass. I turned, but there was no one there. Only the reflection of the dispatch room. And in that reflection, we were still looping, even when the real room was still. The tech whispered, "Look at the screen." I did. The call had changed again. Now it showed, "Call type, final emergency loop." And below it, status never ended. My voice came through one more time. But it wasn't calm anymore. It was tired, like it had been repeating too long. "You should have hung up," it said softly. I swallowed, I tried. The voice paused, then replied, "No, you kept answering." The screens all shifted at once. Every feed, every log, every recording collapsed into one single moment. Me, answering the first call, and the man at the fence appearing in the background of the footage. But this time, he was looking directly at the camera. At me. And slowly, he raised his hand, like he was picking up the line. The system beeped. New loop initiated. The radio clicked one final time, and every speaker in the building spoke together. Not as voices, as one continuous emergency. "Dispatch," it said. I didn't answer, but my voice did. And the loop started again.